Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of this year's American Cup. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. Jon Ludwig Hammer! I don't know why I said your full name there. What is ahead of us today?
I think it's
Strong start all
very
around.
strong start. We have a black game today, and those can be quite interesting because number one, if Hikaru takes a lot of risks in the opening trying to win the classical game, then you can be punished for that with the black pieces. Having the black pieces often mean that your opponent is going to go for the win, which there's some kind of human logic that says you're more likely to win if your opponent is trying to win as well. I don't really know if that's true, but it's definitely a logic I subscribe to myself.
For sure. And I mean, Hikaru himself, I haven't done my homework properly, so I was just looking for it now, actually, because Hikaru himself yesterday mentioned that 2 years ago in the American Cup, he had drawn his first game against Leinier Dominguez as white and won the second game as black. So I'm actually just scrolling now desperately to trying to find that game. But this is a tournament with a lot of games, so it's taking some time. Because I was wondering, was Leinier quite proactive in his approach and got punished? Or was it just, I think I have it now. I'll send it to you in the Discord. Well, I'll just put it in the Discord in case anyone ever. So what happened there? It was a long. Oh, Hikaru had played the Sicilian actually, so he had been the first one to show aggressive attentions.
And that's
Was
interesting to see that he felt like the Sicilian was a good choice against Dominguez. Because even though I was wrong about this yesterday, Fiona, I do think that at this very high level of top chess, you really should not necessarily just play the opening that you prepared for the event, but rather choose openings that you believe fit well against specific players. The difficulty about that is that you have to have a very strong opinion about what your opponent is good at and what they're bad at. But in the American Cup, these are players Hikaru has played against many, many, many times before, enough times for him to have quite a good feeling on they are good at this and this, but maybe they're not as good in this area of the game.
It wasn't just any old Sicilian either. It was a Kalashnikov, which we haven't seen him play in quite a while. I don't really remember the last time maybe that was the last time he played it, who knows? And a long maneuvering middle game ensued. And yeah, I think it was basically, from what I can see, clicking through the game, Hikaru just outplayed him with the black pieces in that game.
You can do that. You cannot play even very very strong players, but it's not a common occurrence. So here's hoping Hikaru can do it again, and we're looking forward to seeing what he's going to choose for his opening. Also happening today, Levon Aronian has the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. The winner here, of course, going to face the winner between Hikaru and Dominguez. Yesterday, Aronian was under quite a bit of pressure, but he managed to survive, and now he's got the white pieces for the deciding game. And in the women's section, Tatev Abrahamian, she won a great game with the black pieces against the top-rated Carissa Yip, which means Tatev only needs a draw now as white in order to decide the match, and Alice Lee needs a draw after winning that marathon game.
Marathon. It really was a marathon. So let's go back to Hikaru, and we do not get another Sicilian. This time it's E4, E5. We haven't seen any Rui Lopez's in a while. It's the Italian has been all the rage lately, but maybe Dominguez. Is he gonna? No.
It is another Italian, super, super popular at this point in time. The Italian opening, Hikaru is going to go for the attack on the pawn in the center. And now I'm very interested. Will he play this pawn to h6 move? He has been playing this a lot lately. And I think the positions he's been getting have been very enterprising because sometimes he's followed it up with the next pawn 2 steps up afterwards. But today is a match game. If he loses today, he's out. So he wants
Out
to
of
stay
the
more.
winners bracket.
Well, out of yeah. Well, I mean, that's out enough for me, I suppose. And he chooses instead to be solid with the bishop moving, but only 1 step here. Normally they go to 3 steps with the bishop, but putting the bishop in front of the king has become a lot more popular in the last half a year, I would say. Castles from both sides, rook moving into the center. Now, this discourages Hikaru from pushing the pawn forward in the middle because after the trade, the rook is already placed together with the knight to take out the black central pawn. That's why Hikaru chooses to go only 1 step forward instead. And this move has a big threat on black's behalf. If white is now silly and makes a nothing move on the king side, pawn to h3, this would be a big mistake on account of knight a5. Attacking the bishop, if the bishop retreats, the bishop gets captured. And if the bishop tries to escape by moving forward first, you can still chase the bishop in such a way that you force it in a position where you can take it and gain the 2 bishops working together long term, which is why here pawn to a4 from Dominguez, it creates an escape square for the bishop while simultaneously trying to push the pawn forward on the side of the board. And Hikaru goes for the trade between the bishops. Okay.
I mean, I know bishop e6 has been played already, but I was very curious to see the move knight a5 be suggested anyway, followed by c5, like we often see in Rui Lopez. Like, I think I haven't seen this maneuver in the Italian game too often.
Yeah, the problem with this move is that now none of black's pawns can control the d5 square, which can become a weakness in the future.
So bishop,
But this bishop to e6, I remember studying this opening for black, like oh my god, it's 7 years ago. But at that time, I didn't like this for black because I felt like every time I moved this bishop up, white would put their knight in between to prevent the trade between the bishops. But Dominguez hasn't brought this knight into the game yet, which means he is not able to prevent the trade between the bishops. And so instead, he tries to say, well, the trade between the bishops is a disadvantage for Hikaru because then Hikaru gets the doubled pawns.
and well, he has made another move. He's followed it up with c3. Does this... Okay, so I guess he wants to push d4 next, or is he just trying to control the center without actually wanting to strike?
I think he's playing a move that he wants to make pretty much no matter what. And he wants to know what Hikaru's intentions are. Because if I'm getting this position, then my general feeling has always been that you should always try to prevent the white pawn from advancing forward on the queen side and instead do that yourself. But the problem with this is that I feel like I may have analyzed this with Shankland at some point, and there are some ideas about this knight moving up to the b5 square now that the black pawn can no longer attack a knight that's placed there, and then the knight potentially helps facilitate an advance through the center. This is some vague memory thing I can recall, and that makes sense also in that Dominguez didn't want to move the knight over towards the king side, which is very classic for this opening, because he wants to potentially utilize some other directions for that knight. So c3 is a more flexible move because it keeps both of his options for the knight available.
So are you saying that we don't want to play a5, or just that it gives white some extra options?
I'm not sure. But the thing is, if you wanted to play a5, you could have played a5 here.
Sure.
In response to white pushing the pawn up. My concern then would have been that I don't get this bishop trade, because now the knight has time to intercept and block a potential trade between the bishops.
I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised to see Hikaru start thinking here. I don't actually know if the Italian is Dominguez's main repertoire, but he blitzed out bishop e6. And after a trade, which was the top computer move, so we have to assume that he would have, I mean, he would always have had to look at it, right? If you play bishop e6, you have to look at bishop takes. And c3, I think, was also the top move by the engine, right?
I mean, I think maybe pawn to a5 was even higher up. And pawn to a5 makes sense in that you got the opportunity to push further forward. So you want to take that opportunity before black pushes their pawn up, right? But the way I understand the modern interpretation of this position, I think maybe this pawn to a5 was not played on account of pawn b5.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the kind of the new way of dealing with this, where black takes some space on the queen side and just make sure that you're not going to get, overrun by the white pawns on this side of the board. You're saying that if you subscribe to the Lichess, the anarchy chess, en passant is a forced move doctrine,
Yeah.
then you're just going to trade off everything. There's no chance you're going to make anything happen here. And yeah, then you can later on reinforce that pawn. Pawn to a6 being one way, or rook to b8, same thing, just reinforce that pawn. And this pawn, notice how they are on the light squares, which is opposite to the bishop that moves on dark squares, which is always some kind of consideration that you keep in mind. That the pawns are working together with the bishop so that the bishop can control dark squares and the pawns can control light squares.
Very interesting.
Yeah, no, this is it's a very interesting approach, this whole b5 move. And I think that also explains Dominguez's move, because Dominguez says, I'd rather you prevent me from advancing my queenside pawns by putting your pawn on a dark square, considering you have a dark squared bishop, rather than getting a different kind of same-ish blockaded position, but where the blockade is happening on a light square.
I was just busy looking up the position, and I started searching after white's 7th move, a4, and then ranked by black rating. And the top 2 guys who have played this a lot are certain Mr. Carlsen and Mr. Caruana. And interestingly, Magnus almost always went for knight a5 once. He went just a5 with the pawn. But Fabi always played bishop e6. He played it 4 times.
Okay, so this is a Fabi specialty.
Looks like it.
And after takes, do almost all the white players go pawn to a5?
No, they mostly go knight bd2.
Hmm.
Sorry, what did I? No, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot to
Oh, they
take.
don't go for the
They
trade.
don't even take actually. They mostly go knight bd2 instead of taking. That's why.
Yeah.
And after takes, c3 is the top move by far.
Okay.
Played
Yeah. After.
115 times versus 16 times a5.
Okay. Yeah, but
So
then Hikaru kind of should have been anticipating the c3 move, right?
yeah. But a lot of, I mean, what is even more surprising is there's still a bunch of top games in this line. I mean, Fabi has played this as white as well. There's another name that has popped up many times with black is Dubov. Seems to be another proponent, which is always to me a little bit encouraging, right? If we follow Dubov, Mr. Creativity, you didn't seem convinced, Hammer.
Yeah, no, it's usually a very enterprising player, which is why I find it strange that he's got himself mixed up with this opening, which is I like this opening. Don't get me wrong, I like this, but I like this because it's pretty, very
Solid.
strategic,
Yeah.
quite uneventful for the next
Mm.
kind of, well, it's uneventful, but there's a long term, there's a lot of long term consequences of the choices you make now. So for instance, the difference between this blockade with the black pawns as opposed to this blockade, and then probably in the future playing pawn to b6. This is strategically very, very interesting and very difficult to assess which one of the two is stronger.
What do you think? Which of the two would you rather play?
I mean, I guess I'd rather play. It's not like you have a choice now after
Mm,
c3, though.
yeah,
So
actually,
this was kind of White's choice to make.
yeah.
But I guess I would prefer this one, partly also because it's a fresh idea, right?
Mm.
And it feels very fresh, new, exciting, as opposed to this, which would be like, yeah, no, we always try to counter the white pawn from advancing into our half.
Actually, Hammer, I just had a thought. If Fabi has played this quite a lot, wasn't Leinier on Fabi's team at some point? Even but I mean,
Um,
for the Magnus match.
for the Magnus match, that's a long time ago.
7 years ago, as you just talked about 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I think I remember some video. Can someone in chat confirm or deny? Think I seem to recall
But
faintly
this
some.
bishop to e7 has only been popular like the last year maximum.
But then let me go back and see when did Fabi play all these bishop e6s? So bishop e6, Dubov. Oh my God. This was actually, this variation was debated. I was wondering why are there so many Dubov games and I hadn't noticed all of them are Niemann Dubov. This line was debated in their Blitz match. How funny is that?
Well,
They
part
debate.
of the reason why it's funny is because we got some more Neiman news earlier
Yeah.
today.
I'm shocked the chat hasn't. Just before I came up here to start to get to work, I saw that that Hans will not take the lie detector after all, from what I could gather. Um, if anyone is curious, I saw this on Greg, what's his name? Greg Mustreader. This guy also appeared out of nowhere, no?
Yeah.
Like just boom, suddenly new guy on the block.
Very useful speaking Russian though in the chess community.
Very true.
I saw it on Hans's own YouTube channel.
Oh, he posted
So
it.
yeah,
Interesting.
he was not playing something. That's well, I mean, I didn't listen to it, but I read the comments. Reading the comments is like the modern way of TLDR without a TLDR being present. And to be honest, I put more trust into people accurately describing what the content is about in the comments than I maybe should. I can't
I see.
remember the last time I actually listened through a video that was more than 3 minutes long.
To be fair, the video wasn't addressed to you because I just clicked it and the first thing I heard was "Hello, future Grandmaster." So it wasn't made for you. So you don't need to you don't need to feel bad, Hammer. But yeah, so very funny actually that this must be something that Dubov had prepared for that match. But now let me get to back to and Fabi.
It confirms what I was saying, though, that has only been played the last year.
But funnily enough, Fabi played it also against Hans in the title Tuesday, January 2024. He also played it against Kramnik, all the big names today on Chessbase. Also in the title Tuesday. And but so it looks like Fabi has only played it in. I was misled. I should have done my due diligence. Looks like Fabi has only played it online. So yeah, and all the top games very very recent, as you were saying, mostly 2024. So yeah, a trendy line. How do you feel about Hikaru still being in the tank here?
Well, I do think that this is the kind of position where the choice you make is going to have very long-term impact. So I was thinking for Hikaru, maybe he can go either rook b8 or pawn a5, but rook b8 is a very wannabe move.
Rook b8 has never been played in around 100 games or so, Hammer. So you're
Well,
on
my
to
my my thinking was rook b8 is the perfect preparation for pawn a5 because then you're ready to go b5 again and have this one protected.
but
But the
if white
problem
doesn't
is
go a5, we probably
if
look a bit
white doesn't go
silly.
a5, then the rook is just incredibly silly. So yeah, let's move on from that.
It looks like a lot of the top guys have played a5. The most played move is queen d7, followed by queen e8. I mean, those two have been played the most, but if I sort by black rating, a lot of a5s at the top played by Abdusattorov, by Dubov, by Esipenko, Mickey Adams, a lot of big names. Andreikin. No,
Yeah, no,
Andreikin
I
actually,
mean
actually,
a5 is what makes the most
mm,
sense. Just
Andreikin in
because
fact played king h8, which is very prophylactic as well, right? Is queen b3 a threat now that I think about it?
no, queen b3 is not a threat. So if we just make a nothing move, I mean, it's difficult making a nothing
h6?
move here. Well, h6 then prevents knight
Yeah,
g5.
but not queen b3, right? Or does it? Oh, is that part of
Well,
the
queen
point?
b3, you can always go queen c8,
Oh,
and
okay.
you're protecting both. And then if knight g5, now you have this pawn, but even if you didn't have the pawn, you can always go back and then force the knight back at a later stage. Probably you want to have this knight move over to the king side anyway, so that will just help black. I would think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we were talking about what is the point of this c3 move, and we were talking about how maybe he wanted to delay moving the knight until he knew where the knight wanted to go, whether it wanted to go to the left or to the right. But I have a new theory here actually. Maybe he's just preparing pawn to b4.
Mm-hmm.
Because well, we've already seen that the new idea is after a5, you go b5. But then if you just leave the pawn here and then proceed with the other pawn to kick the knight back, then that's probably gonna have a bigger impact for your control in the center of the board. And then the problem with that is that it allows black to play a5, which, to be honest, I didn't think black was supposed to be allowed to do that, as illustrated by the fact that here after a4, if black goes a5, then you don't get the bishop trade because the knight intercepts. And if you play like Hikaru did, then you do create the circumstance where white can prevent you from getting this move in. So I find it very interesting that this new b5 move is so well regarded that it's back to allowing black to get what was at least previously thought to be a favorable pawn formation, and stop the white advance, stopping both pawn to a5 and pawn to b4. I mean, what more can you really ask from a move?
But that's why I'm confused that Hikaru is still thinking.
Yeah, I agree.
Could it be that he has looked at all of this a while ago and knows that it's trendy and knows that different things have been tried, and he's just now without, but he doesn't, maybe he never got to that point in that line and he didn't make up his mind, and now he's just hesitating between options.
Yeah, but as long as he has looked at this in the past, that should be enough for him to feel confident about pushing the pawn. So maybe he has only looked at, because you said bishop takes bishop is a bit uncommon, right? Because
Yeah,
moving the
it
knight to protect the bishop is more common.
was much more common, yeah.
So maybe that has confused Hikaru, and now he's uncertain about the fact that the knight has not moved at an early stage, and that now a5 does allow the knight to go to b5, and he's curious about how does that affect the position, considering that he had mostly looked at situations where the knight went in the other direction.
Okay, let's take this moment to check in with what's happening in Fabi and Livon's game. And we'll come back when Hikaru has made a move.
Somehow Fabi has the eval bar in his favor. The black pieces after the game barely getting started.
Let's see, how did we get here?
So this is quite clearly a Rogozin opening. So it started out with a queen pawn. Fabi goes for the classic queen's gambit declined, using this pawn to preserve his influence in the center. A knight out from both players. Another knight out. This is one of the most fascinating positions in chess because there's like so many different moves black can play that are all perfectly okay. But Fabi plays what everyone was doing back in my prime, some 12 years ago. Bishop to b4, pointing that bishop in against the white king. White tries to point their bishop against the queen, but we just attack it. If the bishop retreats now, you actually have to be a bit concerned about the immediate attack towards the white king. So instead, Levon makes the trade bishop for knight, and now he's basically saying, I gave away my bishop, but I'm just trying to get my pieces really quickly into the game. Castling makes sense. Rook in. Knight d7. This, I think, is unusual. Okay. So Fabi comes into the game, an old variation played a ton of times in the past. Normally, black always goes pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn to c5. And basically what this results in is that you trade off all the pawns in the middle of the board. and then white is very slightly better, and black tries to neutralize with the fact that black hasn't really developed anything over here. But if black manages to develop here, they are fine. But Fabi instead introduces a new idea with the knight moving in. And queen comes in, attacks the bishop, attacks the pawn in the center. And Fabi just pushes the pawn up. And now this is a pawn sacrifice. Levon could just capture the pawn in the middle, but he's scared of doing that, considering that Fabi had not spent any time to get here. This is obviously something Fabiano has analyzed. Levon wants none of it. Instead, he attacks the bishop, but the bishop could potentially just retreat and preserve its pressure against the white king. Very, very interesting position, and the engine's already liking Karana's
Yeah, I think the
situation.
fact that Fabi is still thinking as well tells us he was in his prep, and then we've seen it so many times before. A move appears. If a player who was in the prep starts thinking, he usually knows that it wasn't one of the top moves and is thinking about how to punish it. Meanwhile, Hikaru played a move. We mentioned many moves that have been played here before, but not d5. In fact, I already checked. D5, there are only 6 games in the database left, and the top-rated player is rated 2200 here.
Wow,
So
that is a shocking move from Hikaru, making such a committal decision when he's not in his preparation. That is bold. Engines not that big of a fans from the get-go, but on the other hand, they also say that there's only one good response for white.
the bad news is
Um,
he's already played it.
yeah, it didn't feel like the most difficult move
Why
to
couldn't
find.
white take on d5?
Well, if takes, I'm assuming Hikaru would take back with a pawn.
And if
He
I
would
take
sacrifice the pawn in the middle, but then he would make the argument that white really hasn't gotten their pieces out on this queen side, and that you could potentially create some kind of attack with the rook and bishop both pointing in towards the black king, the white king. In fact, the engine really likes black here with a very straightforward pawn h5, just trying to get the knight to g4, and then if the opponent tries to prevent that, you do it anyway. Wow, look at this, Fiona.
That's my kind of chance hammer.
So this is what Hikaru was hoping is gonna happen. He wanted to sacrifice a pawn and just start an assault on the white king. That did not materialize, at least for the first couple of moves. Dominguez has smartly decided to avoid that sacrifice and move more pieces towards his own king, because frankly, we're seeing circumstances where the king may need some additional security. And also, so pawn to d5 is an incredibly dangerous move to make, because now you're no longer protecting the most forward of your two doubled pawns. When you have doubled pawns, part of the benefit of that is, for instance, that you've opened up some more access for your rook, that the rook has some file where there are none of their own pawns standing in the way, blockading the rook out of play. But once you push up the pawn next to the doubled pawns, this e6 pawn, the most backward, I'm not sure what word I'm looking for. But this pawn is
the
pretty
backbone,
easy.
the
Yeah,
further,
the pawn further back of the doubled pawns.
the furthest
Um,
back.
That one is fairly easy to protect because you can always put your rook behind that pawn and keep it safe.
Hmm.
But the most forward of your doubled pawns, that one cannot get protection from behind because there's a entirely different pawn standing in the way. So here I cannot move the queen to protect this pawn. I cannot move the rook over to protect the pawn. And it becomes a massive weakness when the pawn that was doing a great job of keeping it safe abandons its post in hope for more attacking intentions moving forward. Why would then Hikaru make this move? Well, it's because he had a little talk with his bishop on e7. This bishop is not super happy about how all of the other black pieces are standing in its way. It wants to be pointing against the white king, which is why pawn d5 potentially in the future get that bishop up and point it at the king.
Mm-hmm.
And now comes the problem, right? Because if you move this bishop up to begin with, then you're just getting completely destroyed by the advance of the white pawns on the queen side.
But that
So
makes me think if we had played a5, none of that would happen. Could we not have prepared d5 with a5, or was white then
yeah,
able to
no,
stop
you
d5?
make a very good point. What if a5, knight here, and then d5? Wouldn't this make a tremendous more amount of sense
But now the computer
in
wants
order
to
to
grab
get the
the
bishop?
now it wants to grab the pawn. So what's the big difference here?
I'm not really understanding the difference. I have no idea, Fiona. But it is fair to say that here, at least with the inclusion of these two moves on the queen side, the white knight is more useful and it could potentially jump up to take out the attacking bishop.
Hmm.
But here, f4 apparently is okay.
I mean, the other line it was minus a lot. Anyway, we've had a move.
Well, the reason I was so happy with your suggestion, Fiona, is because I thought maybe Hikaru's going to have to play pawn a5 here
Uh-huh.
in order to make sure there's no pawn to b4 in order to get the bishop to the c5 square. But the problem here is once again that maybe this pawn sacrifice is not so great if you're not able to start an immediate attack against the white king. So that's why Hikaru now chooses to go knight to d7, over protecting the pawn on e5, with the intention of then going a5, bishop c5.
Which is why the top computer choice here for white makes an awful lot of sense, b4. And if we go a5 now?
Yeah, so we can go a5. The problem then is the pawn progresses. We barely have any squares for that knight to move to. And when it does move, it abandons the protection of the pawn in the center. So once again, these kind of things are back on the radar.
Hmm.
So yeah, this can get potentially very bad very quickly. I guess Hikaru here is going to go bishop to d6. The idea being that now, if the pawn continues pushing, we'll just move the knight back. And now the knight is actually quite useful, even though it had to retreat because it's keeping the pawn on d5 safe.
And this position here, I mean, it's not the best position we ever had, but it's fine, right?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm assuming knight here pretty much no matter what. Ooh, I'm not liking this, Fiona. There's some circumstances here where white just completely rushes through the center of the board. This massive tension between the pawns in the center can be very annoying to deal with, because if you try to make the trades, then suddenly, you know, all of your things are being attacked.
Yeah,
And if
this
you
is.
take the other one, then you're getting forked.
I see what you meant when you said things can turn bad very quickly here. Hikaru is gonna have to, I think he's already in a situation where he's gonna have to be very, very careful here, but I think he probably realizes it. I wonder what happened today. I wonder if he mixed some things up, maybe different
I mean,
variations.
it feels like he just misevaluated the current position. But at the same time, when you push this pawn forward in the center, having the doubled pawns,
Mm.
you know that's going to be a risky decision to make, right? And he went for it anyway. So to me, it also kind of looks like he really wants to win this classical game. Because if you're not kind of desperate about winning, or at least trying to get some attacking chances on the opponent, then there's no need to make that um ambitious pawn push to begin with.
And DZ has been making a lot of statements and predictions over the last few days, but finally your DZ was saying, I think already 10 minutes ago, that with D5, Hikaru is really fighting today. And I think at long last, dear DZ, you are on the money today. I'm just kidding. That wasn't meant to say that he's always wrong, but I have corrected him a fair bit. So, DZ, well done. The problem is with being very aggressive and active, of course, is that if you want to take chances, you also are always giving up, let's say, or you're playing with a little bit of risk, right?
Yeah.
Let's.
Yeah, no, I mean, pawn to b4, there's no chance Dominguez does anything other than that, in my opinion.
Can we look at the top computer move first?
Yeah, well, I wanted to look at this anyway, because I was starting to think maybe it's reasonable to try and stop this pawn push.
Mm-hmm.
And if, because now if the pawn pushes, that opens up between the rooks along the edge of the board. So if white wants to continue this pawn push, they're going to have to move their rook to the side. But then we're back to this light square blockade, where black pushes up to make sure that the white pawns cannot just steamroll through the position. However, I'm very concerned about this queen b5 and b3 move, because here's the difference. If white goes queen b3 now, it's kind of difficult to defend this d5 pawn, but we can move our knight up to attack the queen, which expands our queen's defense of our central pawn as well. But if they go pawn to b4 first and then move the queen out, the pawn having advanced early is also keeping the white queen more safe. And the queen's pressure against these two black pawns is very annoying.
Mm. How do we even deal with? I mean, are we
Yeah, no,
already
I
losing
I,
a
I just
pawn?
don't like that.
Yeah.
So to me, it seems like bishop to d6, it's the only reasonable move. But then once again, queen to b3 how do you deal with this pressure? Because anytime you try and go for the trade, the queen can capture one pawn and give a check on the king, and only then make the recapture in the middle. After which you've lost the pawn, and also white's pieces are very, very well placed. The pawn in the middle is standing in the way of the bishop, standing in the way of both knights. It's just a very frustrating situation to have.
Leinier is still thinking. I mean, this looks incredibly tempting. Besides b4, let's look at e takes d5.
Yeah, this makes no sense to me whatsoever.
I was also very.
So after takes back, black no longer has the doubled pawns. Black only has one pawn that needs to be safeguarded.
But
This is never
what I
happening.
was thinking, maybe it's not so easy to safeguard it, because if I play queen, but queen b3, you'll hit me with knight c5 again.
Yeah,
Because I
this
was thinking
just
it's not so easy to defend the pawn,
yeah,
because
no,
if you move
this
the
just
knight,
doesn't make
e5 is.
sense to me.
Yeah, no, the other line is
The
way,
other
way
line is
stronger.
basically a much improved version of this.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, B4, I I can't imagine Dominguez would do anything other than that. It makes perfect sense. It takes control of the square that the Black Knight potentially wanted to use. It gives you some options of pushing the pawn even further to knock the Black Knight away from protecting in the center. What more can you ask from a move?
I don't know. Which is why I'm happy to see him think. I sometimes think the longer someone thinks, the less likely it becomes that they play the obvious move. So we'll see whether that holds true here. Shall we quickly check in with the ladies?
I just want to go by
Oh,
Fabi and Levon first.
where a lot has happened.
Quite a bit has happened, and I think this game is going to be over reasonably
Hmm.
quickly, because instead of preserving the bishop to have the bishop point in against the white king, Fabiano has decided to first trade off a pair of pawns, then trade off another pair of pawns, or rather, also in that allowing his bishop to be captured, but he gets to capture the knight. And then the queens are up against one another, and the queens are taken off the board. And the knight comes in, attacks the bishop. The bishop moves out of the way. Rook d8, fair enough. Preparing bishop to d7 next. And for some reason, Levon castles instead of keeping his king in the middle of the board. Very strange decision by Levon, but it's going to end in the same fashion anyway. The bishops up against one another. We're going to see a trade here. And I guess technically white is very, very, very slightly better due to the rooks controlling the file further away from the kings, as Mr. Carlson once taught me. But yeah, it's going to end in a draw.
What did you say about, so the side controlling the open file
I'm pretty
furthest
sure
from
we
the
had
king?
this, we talked about this previously, which is why I didn't elaborate, but I
No,
probably should.
I don't remember.
So Magnus has told me that it's beneficial when you have like this situation with both players having their own open file. It's better to be controlling the file further away from the kings,
Mhm.
because then you have better ability to potentially infiltrate.
That's interesting. I would have thought the other way, because then you're closer to the king. This
Well,
is
you're closer to the king, but then the king sometimes can actually get involved and prevent
that's
you from
true.
getting access.
That
So,
makes
for
sense.
instance, here, if instead of g4, maybe king f1. So, when the kings move in, the white king is taking control over squares that could otherwise be used by these black rooks. Whereas, as the black king moves in, you're not influencing the square that the white rook potentially wants to use down the line.
It's makes now that I've seen it, that I've seen the explanation, it makes a lot of sense. I think something very useful to all of us, for all of us to remember. So yeah, this game, a very good chance that it will peter out very shortly. So with
Then let's go check in with the girls.
let's do it. Let's start with Tatev, who played such a nice game yesterday with the black pieces. Today, all she needs is a draw with white. How is she doing?
Mm. Well, Carissa is not going to make it easy for Tatev, that's for sure. It's a very complicated Sicilian opening. Pawn to h5 has been played early on to prevent white from advancing their kingside pawns. Black is going to advance their queenside pawns afterwards. So if you castle here, is that advisable or are you just asking for it? Very, very double-edged game, and I would say good chances for both sides to get a win. But Tatev isn't really looking for a win; she just wants a draw. So, from a psychological perspective, I would say Carissa should be quite happy with the outcome of the opening.
I agree with that assessment. Another player only needing a draw, much like Tatev, is Alice Lee. She has maybe the harder task because she's playing with black. Um, so, and Irina also displaying some aggressive intentions as the H pawn is running up the board.
Yeah, no, I this opening is familiar. And this pawn to h6 move is strange, in my opinion. Pawn to h4, putting in some knight to g5 possibilities in the future. You could also try to push the g pawn. So now, if the knight moves in, maybe you go pawn to g4. And if black just develops normally, you're gonna get faced with a difficult decision here as the pawn progresses, and yeah, this could become very, very scary for the black king. Um, Not entirely sure how you proceed with the attack, but there's definitely an attack here for Irina. Engines love it for her if they get to this point, which I don't think is unreasonable
Mm.
for them to get there, because the intention now is quite obvious. She is just gonna rush her pawns forward, or if the opportunity presents itself, she's gonna go with the knight to this g5 square and say, "You cannot capture me," because the opening up of the rook in towards the black king is going to be devastating in that case.
Amber, let's do another prediction. Last time I asked you, out of the 4 open tournaments, how many playoffs will we get? Today I'll ask you, out of the 4 games we have just seen, how many? Because that's all we have for today. If you weren't here yesterday, we talked about it. There is no losers bracket action happening today. That was all decided yesterday. So today we have these 4 games. How many playoffs do you see on in our
Well,
future?
you always just pick something next to me, right? You
I'm
never pick
gonna,
the same thing.
I can also go first today.
Yeah, no, that seems fair.
I'm gonna say we'll get 3.
Okay, but then I
I
have to go
just took
too.
your winning number from I
Yeah,
know you lost last. You were, or were you right or wrong?
I think I was right, but maybe no, actually, because Hikaru didn't
Yeah,
manage to win.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But in my defense, I did say three or I was even considering
You
going
were
4.
considering
I
4.
was mocking your choice of 2 at the very least, because I thought if you're going to do something different than 3, at least you should go up.
Yeah.
In this circumstance, considering that 2 of the matches have leaders, I think 3 is a pretty good guess, but I'm going to go with 2. I'm going to say Fabi versus Arunian. Obviously, it's going to be a tiebreak there.
Mhm.
That's going to be a draw, and they will be tied at 1 each after that draw. And then I'm going to say either Hikaru makes the draw or one of the girls manage to equalize. Actually, I like 3. I
Okay,
like your pick, Fiona, but I'm gonna go with
we
2.
can both go 3.
Well,
Oh, you take
I
3 and I take 2. That way, if it's 2, my victory will be sweeter than ever. You have a choice. You can stick with 2 or go for 3 and I'll pick 2.
predictions are difficult.
I've,
I kind of like Carissa's position. I kind
yeah.
of like Irina's position, but I also really like Dominguez's position. But the
Yeah.
thing is, when you're playing against Hikaru, it's so difficult to actually break him down in the long run. Okay, I'm going 3.
3. Okay.
I'm saying Hikaru is going to save it, and one of the either Carissa or Irina is going to win.
Okay, so I'm gonna stick with 2 and, well, not stick with 2. I'm gonna go to 2 and we'll see. We'll see what happens. So let's go back to Hikaru's game, where Dominguez is still. I am so. I don't
I,
understand what's going on here today.
I'm very confused.
No.
It seems to me pushing that pawn up is such an obvious decision to make. And I'm having real difficulty finding moves for Hikaru after that. He goes a5 instead.
Wow. Okay. This is a move I think we should be very, very happy to see, no?
Yeah, no, this is fantastic news. Because like the b4 move was preventing our knight from going to the c5 square. It was trying to kick back the c6 defensive knight that was watching over this pawn. And also now that a5 is played, it's going to be more, even if Hikaru now only just moves his pawn up to prevent the white pawn from progressing even further forward. If now white goes b4 afterwards, there's no more pawn pushing up to kick our knight away.
I mean, I
So
haven't
so
been
this
as
is
happy to
just,
see a5 as move as I have been in a while.
yeah, this is a serious inaccuracy from Dominguez. And now the question is, how does Hikaru respond? The thing is, suddenly there's no fires to put out.
Hmm.
So, like, even a move such as King H8, I would guess is okay. Because anytime now pawn to b4 comes, you just go pawn to a6. And it's like, yeah, you're not kicking my defensive knight away, so I'm not scared of you.
Sometimes, I think you had convinced, I mean, even without, you didn't take much convincing for me to think b4 is such a natural and such a strong move. But I also know that Dominguez is a very strong player and he just spent 20 minutes. And sometimes I would really like to know what's going on, what was the thought process?
Well, there's one move we didn't discuss after b4, and that was the computer's top choice of pawn to d4.
Mm. The chat was discussing this, I think.
But the thing is, even here, I was just checking what the engine was recommending, and it was the saddest thing I've seen. So basically, you don't want to capture black's pawn because then you're having trouble defending the pawn on b4 afterwards. But if you just continue kicking the black knight, we've seen that if the knight steps back, then it's a complete disaster. So instead, the idea would be to just continue forward and attack white's knight. But even here, it's like, yeah, black managed actually here to win a pawn. But these pawns are tremendously weak. These pawns are on a half open file that you can attack. And as if that wasn't bad enough, queen to a2, suggested by the chess engines, just immediately wins a pawn back, because if you try to use the rook to defend here, then, okay, I guess it doesn't win the pawn back immediately. But the rook is a bit awkwardly placed.
Yeah, I mean,
and if you try to move the knight to defend, then, well, I was thinking you can just capture in the center. Yeah, maybe this is what Dominguez was struggling to evaluate. Maybe here he felt like, oh, Hikaru has an extra pawn.
At least it's an explanation.
Yeah.
And a very likely one, right?
Engine really likes this for white, but black has an extra pawn. So Dominguez chose not to go for it.
So after a5 instead, do you think it's definitely... Well, we don't have to play a6 immediately, or do we?
No, we don't have to. But I think we will find that a6 is quite a useful move no matter what. Because anytime white now plays b4 in the future, you're going to want to have this a6 move to take control of the b5 square and prevent the pawn from progressing and attacking our very important defensive knight.
We're not worried about
for that reason, I think a6 just makes perfect sense.
I was also wondering if it makes sense for the reason that we're worried about white playing a6 themselves, or are we not?
Very difficult question. So king h8, I feel like is a possible move, because then you're stepping out of the queen's potential threat on the diagonal. And then if pawn to a6, you do get the opportunity to play pawn b5, which has been somewhat of a theme within this area of the Italian opening. And now if the queen comes in to attack both pawns, then actually that's not such a big deal, because the rook defends this one, and then the knight comes in, attacks the queen, and then we get the queen up to attack through the center. And here black has really nice control of the light squares on the board, and white is still struggling to get their pieces involved. So I don't think a6 is such a big thing to be concerned about because of the standard, I guess. Pretty normal for this opening b5 move. Now that I'm saying that out loud, it's making me wonder, can we go b5 here?
That is also a very hard question, Hammer. One that you'll have to answer yourself.
Takes. Queen comes in. The problem now is that now queen takes pawn is a check against the king, so we don't have time to do this defense, because our king didn't hide in the corner. So instead, we're going to have to sacrifice this pawn. Now the queen is attacking here. But is the queen not getting trapped?
Very close to being trapped, yeah.
The queen does get trapped, but unfortunately, trapping the queen is not enough, because the knight comes in. And when we take the queen, the white gets an attack on pretty much every piece we have. and then out of nowhere, um, that suddenly became a lot of pieces in trade for a queen. That is a rook, a bishop, two pawns, and a knight in trade for a queen.
Too many
Which,
pieces, maybe.
yeah, it's too much.
Hmm. That
That
was a
was
crazy line.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the conclusion? I guess the conclusion is I don't know whether this is okay. Because the chess engine still kind of likes this for black. If you just move over to protect, because once again, you're threatening to trap the queen. And so the queen kind of has to create an escape here. And the knight takes. Wow. The knight cannot be recaptured because then we take the white queen. And if the white queen tries to capture our queen first, instead of just making the recapture and allowing our knight to be lost, we have this nice in between move, capturing the white knight while also giving a check on the king, which means you have to defend against the check, and then we have time to take the queen out. And even here, white is up a pawn, but there are some issues with us threatening many, many things at the same time. Yeah, no,
So
this is
what
just a very, very tricky position.
I can see the players both being very low on time very early in the game here. I mean, Hikaru is already under a minute. Dominguez is not too far off. From what we have seen now, Hammer, I'm confusing everything in my head, but would you rather, I guess you would just go a6 or instead, like, would you play b5 and go for this insanity?
I'm not sure I would be able to correctly assess
Mhm.
all of this stuff. Um, so I really have no idea what I would play because I feel like I don't know how much of this I would understand without having the engine as a guide, a helper to kind of show me some different directions.
Hammer, I think Hikaru might be thinking for a while here. We have just scratched the surface of all the complications that are possible in this position. So I think it is time for our first break of the day. So we're going to do that now, but don't go anywhere. This game is just getting started. It promises to be an exciting one. So do stay tuned and we'll see you on the other side of this. Welcome back, everyone, to game two between Hikaru and Dominguez. As we predicted, Hikaru is still in the tank here after Dominguez's last move, a5. And Hammer, we were discussing it before the break. No wonder he is thinking, because there's a few options here. An obvious one in a6 and a more funky one in b5. And maybe there's even more than that.
Yeah, no, it seems pretty much anything is playable here. I think we also talked a bit about king to h8. The chess engines are saying knight to c5 is acceptable, also queen to e8. Suddenly, a lot of choices, but that's a good thing for Hikaru. That kind of showcases why Dominguez's latest move was a mistake, because now Hikaru's position can withstand a lot more, which showcases itself in the fact that Hikaru has so many different plans he can choose between. Whereas after this B4 move, there was basically you had to go for this pawn push in the center to try and win the pawn and give yourself an awful pawn structure. So
We just had a move.
that's good news. And Hikaru does go a6. So he's basically saying pawn to b4 is likely to happen at some point, and then it's going to be useful to prevent the pawn from continuing further forward and attack a very important defensive knight that's keeping the e5 pawn safe. Also prevents the white pawn from pushing even further forward on the queen side.
I am very happy to see a6. I feel like out of all the options, it was the safest. And I know some people were getting excited about, aggressive intentions with d5, but the aggressive intentions certainly came with some fears, I think, that the position could become very, very dangerous very quickly. I feel now we're back in solid town, which I, for one, am quite happy to see, seeing how the last few moves went. Hammer, since we discussed this position a bit already, I saw Henrik in the chat was saying that Tatev has made a mistake and Carissa now has very real chances. So maybe we can quickly check in there.
So Tatev, she pushed her pawn forward, but that leaves major weaknesses. Now the pawn in the center is not as well protected anymore. Also, potential for the knight to jump forward here and try and take out one of the white bishops. Carissa decides to first make some pressure in towards the middle. And then maybe she'll go knight to g4 afterwards, but she could potentially also just increase this pressure. How is Tatev even? What is her plan if Carissa just goes to attack the pawn on e4 as many times as possible? Yeah, no, this seems troublesome for Tatev, and I gotta say, already a couple of moves ago, I was feeling pretty good on Carissa's behalf. This was the kind of double-edged position that you're definitely looking for and needing a win, a must-win situation with the black pieces.
Yeah, so looking promising right now for Carissa. Has anything happened in the Fabi game against Levon?
Well, I mean, a lot has happened, but it depends on your definition, right? Moves are being played, but it's not like things are going to go differently. Then actually, they made all the same moves that we had on our analysis.
Hmm.
This is our analysis, and this is the current position in the game. And here, Fabi actually took 15 minutes to think about things. So I guess he considered whether he wanted to go for a rook trade, but he decided against it. He just wants to bring his king into the middle, and that seems fair. The king is centralized. Fabi also has a knight in the center of the board. The chess engine actually likes Levon's position.
Well, he has the rooks furthest removed from the king, Hammer. You taught us this.
Yeah. Wow. This is baffling to me. This looks like the biggest nothing burger that I've ever seen. But okay. Engine's kind of like White's position. I'm not seeing it. I'm very curious what happens if pawn e5, knight f5. What if I just take, go for a rook trade?
I refuse to believe. Is this really
Engine
so
is
scary?
genuinely saying this is better for White.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
plus
believe it for a second. But maybe
0.6 is
my,
quite serious.
yeah, I guess we just basically I can just analyze playing against the engine and see what happens. And the only thing I'm scared of is a potential rook trade.
So let's just take on e5 to see does the
Yeah,
hammer
no,
drop?
this This does seem a bit scary
Mm,
because now if the king moves in to the right, that is terrifying. And if I stay over here to prevent it, it means that the king gets access to the left instead. So this I have some sympathy with being good for white, but instead the recommended move is just moving the king out of the way because here there's no entry for the white king. Yeah, no, I don't. There's no way this is winning for white.
okay.
So
But still, Fabi has to be a little bit careful, right?
I yeah, Fabi maybe should be a bit careful. It's fascinating seeing the chess engines actually preferring white in this position, but I just don't believe there's okay, we'll see. They'll keep playing. It's not like they have anything better to do. And for the final ongoing game, right now, this was our analysis. Instead, a trade has happened, and now push. We're not getting the push from Irina.
I
I,
made a
I
mistake, Hammer. You know what my mistake was? When you said 3, I should have gone 4 rather than 2.
maybe.
Didn't learn from my mistakes. Next time.
A3 was played by Irina, not the most aggressive. Ah, but she goes aggressive the move after. Maybe she should have done this one move earlier, but her intentions are very, very clear. She wants to attack against the black king. The black bishop on c8 is struggling to get back into the play. I have no idea what this rook move is about.
Mhm.
That really was a terrible move because the rook is not better placed there, pointing in against its own bishop and pawn either. I felt like you should have been prioritizing getting this bishop into the game. But in any case, Irina, she's going for the win. She needs the win after losing yesterday. And right now, very exciting position between Hikaru and Dominguez. But a draw is possible. Very likely a draw between Karana and Aronian. And likely win, I would say, for Carissa against Tatev. And also a solid advantage for Irina against Alice. And both
So
Irina and Carissa need to win to equalize the match.
4 players are very much possible. There is a question in the chat from Arrowlize. Is Hikaru trying to get to the blitz portion? I don't think he is actively trying to do that right now. I mean, it's so early in the game. It's a game full of life with possibilities for both sides. So I don't think that the playoff is even on Hikaru's mind right now. He's just gonna, do his best in this game and see what happens. I don't think he has any thoughts of let's bring this to a playoff at any cost.
I don't think Hikaru would play this risky pawn to d4 move if he felt like I just want to defend to a draw. This is not a defend to a draw kind of move. This is I want to make this exciting move. And right now, I feel like this is a very unbalanced position with definite chances for both sides to win.
Let's look at d4 here. We talked briefly, not in this position, I think, but another one about, this mayhem in the center when all 4 pawns are in the center. How do
Yeah,
we...
I guess takes is a pretty straightforward reply because white cannot take back with the pawn due to this guy. Once again, this guy, that was a really bad move by Dominguez.
Mm.
The pawn on a5 is not really working out for him, and here it's even being captured with the black bishop and knight working together. So the recommendation of the engine is to take back in the center with the knight. The idea being that now after this trade, there's no more knight pointing at the a5 pawn. And yeah, this is a very difficult situation to assess. I'm liking this bishop to b4 move.
Even if
Because
we're not
now,
attacking the pawn on
even
a5.
though we're not attacking this pawn, because we could potentially be attacking that one later on, because we do have a queen on that same diagonal. And now the main problem with that bishop move would be that the white queen then is able to attack both the bishop and the pawn in the center. But I was thinking, can we not just sacrifice the pawn in the center? And then say that white's pieces are really struggling getting into the game?
I think we can.
That's my first impression. And then I'm looking at the chess engine, which is interestingly recommending this queen to f6 move, starting a counterattack instead of protecting the bishop.
Also attacking d4.
Yeah, because now if you defend against the number one threat, then the number two threat comes in.
Taking a pawn and defending the bishop.
And defending the pawn in the center.
This looks great, actually.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
By the way, question in the chat from Mr. One Away. With Fabi and Levon playing, it made me think, aren't they close friends? And I've been actually waiting for the right moment to say this, but thank you, Mr. One Away. Now I have my opportunity. At the recent Weissenhaus freestyle tournament, I was on asking players very quick questions before the games, and one day it was, who is your best friend among grandmasters, or something along the lines of that, among top players. And Levon did pick Fabi. He said Fabiano because he's my neighbor in St. Louis. So the two of them are indeed very close friends. And then there was a follow-up. From your experience, how is it playing against friends in a high-stake tournament? I've never really played in too many high-stakes tournaments, so Hammer, I'll defer the question to you.
Oh, that was a question for you, not some. I thought this is something you had asked Aronian.
Oh, no, sorry. That was the follow. So Mr. One Away was asking, aren't they close friends? To which I said yes. And then he also.
So I have so many questions about that. First, I'm not ready to move on from that, Fiona.
Okay.
Number one, were they friends before Levon moved to St. Louis? Because that's a pretty recent thing.
I think it's not that recent at this point, or is it?
Less than 2 years?
No, no freaking way.
No? Okay, now I have to Google.
Switches to US. 2021.
I mean, it feels like 2 years. 2 years in 30-year-olds years. It's been 4 years.
It's been 4 years.
Wow.
Which is hard to believe, but yeah.
Okay. Question number two, or rather, this isn't a question so much as it is a point of order.
Mm-hmm.
I watched some of the content from Weissenhaus, and one thing I watched was the Botes sisters interviewing Levon, and interviewing actually all the players. They asked all the players, were you invited to Magnus's wedding? And Levon was the only one who said, yes, I was.
Wow. I had missed that.
So my point is just everyone apparently is Levon's friend. Number three, And of course, this is back when I was playing. So this is 8 years ago. I happen to know that Levon and MVL, Maxime
Hmm.
Vachier-Lagrave, they are buddies.
I was expecting actually MVL.
Has the bromance ended now that he moved to St. Louis? How has Fabiano overtaken Maxime as Levon's number one bud?
MVL, at least if it's a consolation to him, he still got a shout out from Ali Reza, who said, I guess Maxime, since we live in the same city.
Okay, I did not see that coming. Should
And
we be doing
Levon,
more research on these top players and their networks?
huh? Have I? What? What's the question?
Well, it's not really a question. Well, I suppose. I'm just saying, should we do more effort in making figuring out who's friends with who? Because I'm starting to be surprised by some of the answers.
We need an update,
We need more gossip.
2025.
Yeah.
And sadly, I also asked Fabi, and he did not say Levon. He picked Christian Chirilla. So, an unrequited.
Wait, Chirilla?
Yeah.
But he's having Santos with him for every tournament.
I think
I
Chirilla
guess
has gone
Chirilla has
to a
the
lot.
podcast,
I
right?
think Chirilla has gone probably to more tournaments in the past than with Santos, I would say. Because he used to, I don't know lately how much he's still been going with Fabi, but
I have a question also. How did Chirilla even get on Fabi's team? Because he's not a very strong grandmaster.
shots fired.
I don't mind if I do.
We'll just ask him next time he's here doing commentary. I'll ask him. So, by the way,
But
Hammer
Chirilla
has...
is one of these players who went to the US to do college, right?
Yeah. And he's now there full time teaching. I mean,
So, and how
managing.
long has Fabi been in St. Louis? Did he meet Chirilla because they were both in the same city?
This I don't know, but they've been close for a long time, right? Because Chirilla was on the team for that 2018 match. Correct?
I
Like
think so.
I still have a memory of, I think Dominguez was there, Chirilla, and I think Ramirez. That's who I remember from the video that I have at the back of my mind that I'm thinking of.
Yeah. I posted that video on Reddit. That was the last time I've ever interacted with Reddit people anymore.
I also have questions now. When did you post that video?
When it happened, I think it
Okay.
was maybe the day of the leak or maybe the day
Okay.
after.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is so interesting. What openings do you think he's prepared
Mhm.
for that? And everyone was like, oh, you freaking Norwegian. They didn't say freaking. You Norwegian, oh, you're just trying to figure out, try to exploit this tragedy to help your fellow Norwegian win. And I'm like, no, I'm an interested chess party doing commentary on the match, and I feel like it would be super interesting to get a look into some of Fabi's preparation for the match. And the fact that they leaked the information is news. And I was so confused by Reddit's response to that whole thing. No one was interested in discussing chess.
Have you genuinely not posted again since
Yeah.
then? I
No,
love this.
Reddit people are crazy. No, actually, I did post again after that. I did post after that because
A glutton for punishment.
yeah, no, I did post once. After people were being
Must have been very important. What was it?
Well, I was doing commentary with Irina Krush
Uh-huh.
on the World Blitz and Rapid Championship. And basically, people were calling me a misogynist for speaking over Irina. And well, let's just say that my favorite comment from one of the Redditors in that situation was that no, Hammer, he's just like Anish. They will talk over anyone. That is not a gender thing, which is accurate.
Which is accurate. I was waiting for you to say it. Okay, well, I feel like we've been quite productive over the last 5-10 minutes. A lot of, a lot of facts have been unearthed, a lot of stories shared, a little bit of
Unless it's your boss Hikaru, you have not been paying attention to the interviews. I'm talking over Hikaru nonstop.
Maximizer wants to know, will there be blitz today if we draw? Yes, there will. If somebody wins this game, they advance in the winner's bracket, while the loser goes to the elimination bracket. And in case of a draw, we'll get the same old 2 games of 3+2. If they're tied again, another 2 games of 3+2, and then Armageddon.
What is this about?
Sometime a long time ago, we had a line on the board where knight jumped to g4. Other than that, I'm having trouble.
Can we go bishop c5 now? Why wouldn't we, right?
Why not?
Because we wanted, this is the whole reason
Oh,
why we played
wow.
d5 to begin with, right?
Jesus, did you see the bar drop?
I saw it very slightly. I think the main concern about this is that now we cannot put the knight here. So maybe there's some concerns about takes, queen here. And yeah, in order to keep this one, because previously we were going knight to c5 against this, which then the queen protects here, the knight attacks here and protects here. But now if we move the knight, we lose the... No, we don't lose in the center, because then this kind of pressure becomes relevant.
Maybe queen b7? Also not the best.
The queen not getting trapped? I'm confused. Ooh, wow. Engine wants knight e4. That is a pretty classy move. Cannot take the knight with a pawn due to the pressure on the diagonal. The bishop is under attack, and if you move the bishop back, the knight just... So I guess it was really important to get more defenders around the king. And then you still have the threat here and the threat here. It wasn't the punchiest way I was expecting to punish, but I think we'll call it good enough to realize that we should probably keep this c5 square vacated so that we can move a knight there in the future.
So what else do we do? I mean, I was saying a second ago that the position is solid again, everything is jolly, but I'm struggling a little bit to find a plan for Hikaru if we can't.
Yeah, there's nothing really solid about this pawn thing, right?
Yeah.
Solid would be having the pawn one step further back. Okay, king h8, that makes sense to me, because now we don't need to be scared of this queen thing. So I think king h8 is a preparation for bishop c5. And it's just a generally useful move.
So
I'm very confused why d5 now should be better than it was previously. d4.
But wasn't it the top move instead of h3?
It was, but when it was the top move, it said plus 0.3. And now, after the inclusion of h3, king h8, which to me looks like massively better for black, getting the king out of this potential trouble, why should d4 now be better? takes. Yeah, takes. We looked at something like this previously. Can we now not go with the queen here? I swear we analyzed this earlier, Fiona, and I mean, that's just an extra pawn for black.
I'm very confused.
Somehow this is gone from the engine feeling like it's better for black to now saying it's better for white just because of these two innocent looking moves.
Which I'm with you. I mean, if you ask me who does this inclusion favor, I'd say black any day, because for black it's obvious what King H8 does, while I mean, could there be any back rank
Well,
issues?
I think it's just about the end game. It's better for the king to be in the middle in the end game, but it's quite a big difference in
Mm.
assessment from the
This is
engine.
hard, Hammer.
Yeah. And it's not like even here, you're not threatening to take this. If you take it, bam,
Very nice. And if en
bam.
passant, lovely.
So yeah. I will say this though. If Dominguez didn't play pawn to d4 on the previous move,
Hmm.
he's not going to do it now either. I refuse to believe that he feels the inclusion of these two moves have benefited him.
So if not d4, what other candidate moves are there? This knight, I'm still, yeah, I'm a bit surprised that computer is saying knight b3. I was sure that knight was gonna go to f1 and g3.
Well, maybe one of the concerns here is that there's actually there's some weak light squares.
Hmm.
Because now if pawn takes in the center, queen takes. And then actually there's no way to keep the pawn in the middle protected. And well, if it moves forward, then you can trade and then you see, oh, here's that nice b3 square as well.
Hmm.
So yeah, that could be a reason to not go knight f1, that you're scared about this knight coming in to attack two squares you don't really have that amazing control over.
That does make sense.
It actually makes so much sense that I don't think he's going to play knight f1.
But do you think then he might play knight b3?
Um,
Because
no,
if
not
that knight
really,
is in the
because
way,
now I'm scared of some sacrifices here.
but if you leave that knight on d2, if you don't play knight f1, then what do you do? I
I'm
mean,
starting to
maybe
like Hikaru's position. Queen
queen
c2.
c2.
So, I mean, it feels like he's preparing knight to f1, but if he moves knight f1 now, we're sacking the rook. So the thing here about these positions with the doubled e pawns is that the ability of the rook to get involved, it makes quite a big difference, and it means that you always need to have something protecting the knight on f3. So to illustrate this, if now bishop to d6, just reinforcing control in the center and getting ready to move the queen in, now knight f1 is going to blast the eval bar. Okay, it's not the biggest blasting I've ever seen, but it did move into black's favor because of rook takes here. And this is something you don't even need to calculate this. Top players just know that the opening up in front of the white king is a very, very serious thing. And black immediately gets the other rook involved afterwards.
This looks very, very scary for white. So, knight
We
f1,
don't really need to talk about it because
no.
at this level, it's never going to happen that you
Mhm.
allow such a possibility.
Before we continue our analysis here, Helwerk in the chat is asking, can you show Fabi's game? Which just makes me wonder, is something happening
Oh, wow.
there?
Something did happen.
That bar is
Levon has
keeping
an
up.
advantage now.
Yeah. Which reminds me that we never answered the second question, Hammer. I'll still grill you on that later, how you feel about playing against close friends. But Levon right now, I mean, he is pressing. He does not care that he named Fabi as his best friend. He wants to beat him in this endgame.
And he's very close to succeeding. What has Fabi done? Fabi is struggling with the fact that White is in a position to eliminate the defense of these two pawns protecting one another. And now the attack on the a7 pawn, the idea is that when this pawn moves, the rook is going to move one step to the side. And basically, this rook is just going to come in and increase the pressure on Black's f6 pawn. And well, if you move that pawn forward, it's just a complete disaster with the infiltration of this rook. So this is quite serious, and I just h5 is a wild move from Fabiano. Why would you do that? And also,
Hammer, did you
this
see?
g6 move I don't like either.
We have just found, oh, well, what's we? Helios Lords has just found your doppelganger. Firat Aidunus.
I'm guessing that's probably gonna be better than the people who think I look a lot like Wang Hao.
Yeah, it is
Because
better.
that one I really think is a bit off.
I've never even heard that.
Yeah,
This
no,
one,
this
some
guy's
pictures I can
nowhere
see it.
close either.
A lot closer than Wang Hao.
No, but you know who has been, and this guy actually went out publicly and said, I don't think that I'm as ugly as Hammer or something.
Who?
But that is the one doppelganger I actually agree that we look quite a bit alike. That is Karyakin's manager.
Oh,
I forget his name,
I know exactly who you mean.
but he genuinely looks like me.
He does actually.
But
I
yeah.
can't believe he said that. I mean,
Well, I don't remember precisely how he
yeah.
phrased it, but he
But
was not happy with the comparison.
I'm gonna have to find his name. Ah, that's the one, Kyrillos Zangalias. Thank you, Annie Bear. That is the one. Oh dear. Yeah, so
So the
Fabi.
doppelganger game has already been solved. Who's your doppelganger?
I honestly, I don't.
There's a lack of girls in chess.
Oh,
Makes
in
it more
chess?
difficult for the
Yeah.
doppelgangers.
Although there is one, Fier told me, and he knows me quite well, that there is a girl in Brazilian chess who looks just like me, but she's not famous. But I do have a doppelganger in Brazil. I've never
Okay.
met her, but I take his word for it. Dua Lipa is off. You know who looks like? Do you know what Dua Lipa looks like? More or less?
Yeah.
Gunay Mamadzada and Dua Lipa, for me, could be twins.
Yeah, my problem is I don't know who Mamadzada is.
Oh, she's one of the top. I mean, she's the top Azeri
I
player.
realized, but I haven't traveled for tournaments in
Yeah,
8 years.
and she is quite young. She is actually a Dua Lipa twin, and I've told her this before, and I wasn't the first, and certainly not the last to tell her. Dominguez is getting ready to make a move, but yeah, big danger zone for Fabi.
Oh, we actually got 2 moves. And I was about to say this because I saw the engine recommended after Queen E8, the engine recommended Knight F1. So I was about to say, yeah, Knight F1 is not going to work out because there's no chance you allow this sacrifice. But of course, Dominguez did not allow that sacrifice, and he moved his knight out of the way, which is very sensible compared to what the alternative could have been.
So let's dive into this. Do we bring the queen? I would be tempted to bring the queen.
It seems logical. But the problem now is that basically what happened here is that this knight moved over here without allowing the sacrifice of the rook, right? So this position could occur in this way, but then there was a moment where the rook could have captured the knight, opening up in front of white's king. But instead, what Dominguez does is he moves the first knight out of the way, and basically you need to have a knight protecting the other knight to address these concerns. But you're very happy that the knight that's protecting has moved because you need to get the bishop into the game. This said, though, can we not just... I must admit, Fiona, I'm familiar with the rook sacrifice on the half open file, but what about the double?
Wow.
The double might be too much because you want the
lacking.
extra rook to come in afterwards.
Also, our knights will take quite a bit of time to join the action, right?
Yeah. But actually, speaking of the knights joining the action, we might be onto something here. What about this rook up so that we can get the knight here? Yeah, no, because we still have to be concerned about this stuff. Okay, let's just start with this bishop to d6 move. It's reinforcing the pawn in the center. It cannot be wrong. And then queen up here, I think cannot be wrong because it's also additional security. And then I guess bishop out.
Now double or what?
Yeah. I was hoping maybe we could get the knight up here somehow.
But then maybe we start with rook f7. Keep our options open.
G4? What kind of drugs is this engine using? That is some performance enhancing stuff right there. He just moved his pawn in front of his own king.
What happens if I take?
Well, if you
There is
take,
knight g5.
there's a very nice fork.
Yeah, and if I just go back to g6?
If you go back, engine is just playing on as if nothing has happened. No, wait, it's not. It's attacking. What? Okay, actually, I take back pretty much everything I've said. And I'm taking back some of the stuff even you said, Fiona.
Okay.
This is not a solid position. This is still very much...
I take it back with you.
Yeah. This is very much still a make or break kind of thing. Because the long-term consequences of this tension in the center is still very visible. Because you always have to keep a lot of protection on the e5 pawn. And just the fact that we're discussing this bishop move here, where we're voluntarily putting ourselves in a position where this central pawn is blocking 3 of our pieces and what those pieces want to be doing.
Can I ever play d4 or is it still a no-no?
I don't know if it ever was a no-no.
Well, I mean, that position where we saw it, where we got these two double isolated pawns
Yeah,
was
but then it was the
really,
best move in the
it was the
position, right?
best. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What I find interesting is that on multiple occasions now,
Hmm.
the engine is recommending this pawn to b5 move, which I just think surely there's no chance Hikaru plays that. Because
Music.
then you allow the opponent to really open up for their
Hmm.
rook.
I mean, computer likes it, but I agree with you that for a human, very hard to make that call. That
On the other hand,
defense.
if he makes that decision, I
Oh
think
my
it could
God,
be
he
very
just
good
played
for him.
d4.
You
It's
called
Fifi
it.
time. Okay. I was so worried about that pressure on our center, and I was thinking, well, how can I resolve it? I can hardly take on e4, so method method of elimination. Simple as. Do you think we might see this line with b5? That would be crazy.
Yeah. No, I think so. Because what has happened with this knight essentially moving over here is that now you're back to the situation where you have poor control of the light squares
Hmm.
on the queen side. And black kind of wants to make these advances just to make sure that white doesn't.
Hmm.
Because we're in a position here where we could see a lot of sitting around, right? This is the kind of position where it's all about the long term progression of the pieces, right? But this
Hmm.
is essentially what white is looking to achieve, advancing the pawns on the queen side. That is white's top plan right now. But if we then push b5, it makes it a lot more difficult for white to push these guys forward. Primarily because, well, so let's do. Problem is, I don't really know what we're trying to achieve, but something like this. And now the c4 move is less effective because it's not helping the next pawn push forward afterwards.
Hmm.
And here, even if white manages to move forward, it's just going to be a blockade on the queen side afterwards. This should be fine for Hikaru. I don't know why the engine is liking white here. This seems completely fine for black.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm even I'm looking at the top computer move, and I just don't understand much today. The top computer move is h4.
Yeah. No, it's a very interesting, very unusual strategic maneuvering game. And frankly, Hikaru's getting a bit low on time, considering all the unusual patterns that you have to
Hmm.
um, kind of work through in order to calculate this position.
I think I am. I don't know if I'm ready, Hammer, for what awaits us. I think both players, this is something we called already an hour ago, that a lot of time will be spent here. And I think it's very likely that both players will be quite low on the clock with a very, very complex position, which is going to drastically increase the chances of a mistake by either player. Knight b3, Dominguez's choice, and for the first time, Mr. Hammer, the evaluation is on our side. Earth to Hammer.
Yeah, no, like I said, very difficult position to assess.
Yeah. But knight c5 here, okay, which is recommended, makes a lot of sense, right? Because if white trades, finally we get that bishop to c5, even though I guess it means we have to be prepared to take on d4 with the bishop, but
Well,
we don't
I
mind, right?
I think one of the most interesting things about this is that Dominguez is completely abandoning his ability to get this knight on the king side into a good position. So when he went knight h2, it was very clear he was intending the knight to f3 afterwards. But now that he's chosen a different direction, and Hikaru goes knight c5 pretty quickly. So this is interesting. Hikaru wants to get the trade between these two knights, maybe because that means the knight can never return to help out its buddy. And now Dominguez is in a really weird spot where he can never get this knight back into the game, because anytime he tries to do so, it's going to get captured with some very serious consequences in front of the white king.
So the knight will have to come back, I guess, via f1 again, yeah?
Yeah, but even then,
Even then, where do I go?
and also how do you get the bishop into the game? The bishop doesn't have any good squares.
Can I play b4 and bishop b2, something like that?
We lost the cams.
Yeah, I think we lost them before. They usually come back
Oh.
quickly.
Yeah, I guess there's a long-term concern here for white that there's a lot of pressure against the b4 pawn, though. Maybe now you go for the rook double.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is at least the bishop is playing more of a role here than, what could have been feared previously.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know. I don't even know. Usually I have quite a clear idea of would I rather be white or black, even if it's not always the correct assessment, but I'm really struggling to wrap my head around just what is going on here, because there's so much going on, and it's very, very unusual. Very unusual position. Hammer, you know what? I know it's very, very exciting, but what we're gonna do, it's soon break time. I used to do this. I think it was before we did so much commentary, but I'm gonna ask you to do it, a revival of the good old days, or maybe I did it with you. A quick assessment of all games before we go to break.
Okay, I can do that. It's a competition. I'm good at competitions. Let's do the current position here. I would say engine says slight advantage white. I think Hikaru's better here. I think Hikaru's position is easier to play. So I like Hikaru. I think he has a slight advantage against Dominguez. Let me get to the current position here with Fabi and Levon. See this plan? We were talking about this.
Mm.
The rook is going to get involved here. Ooh, but Fabi is getting ready to counter both the rook and protect the pawn. King here? But now there's a trick, right? With the king on the same rank as the rook, and we can get a fork. Yeah, no, Fabi's in trouble. Fabi is in genuine trouble right now.
On the board and on the clock.
Oh, wow. Levon has 1 hours, 9 minutes. That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay, and then in Carissa's game, oh my gosh, double question mark? Can we just take this pawn? Carissa is thinking about it, but it seems to me there's just a free pawn for the taking in the center of the board. So Carissa is she's winning and favorite then to equalize the match. And Irina, wow, look at these bishops pointing against the king. The pawns are getting involved as well. Right now, Irina has sacrificed a pawn, but if that pawn is captured, she can come in with the queen. The pawn cannot take the queen. Irina is looking very, very good.
And
And
we have
just
to
to
return to Hikaru, yeah, one more time.
yeah, and I just want to point out that after the trade between the knights, which Dominguez made, and then pawn to c4, trying to close down everything. Now the engines favor black, which my prediction already has come true before I
That
even
didn't take
finished
long.
going through all the games.
I know. Very impressive. And Hikaru blitzing out the top move here. B6. I think we're gonna go on our break feeling very good about Hikaru's chances here.
Yeah, it's looking good. I like this b6 move. If Dominguez now captures, Hikaru will recapture. And the benefit of this strategy is that Hikaru is gaining full control of the b4 square, and there's no white pawns that can position themselves to control that square. So just imagine at some point in the future that Hikaru gets, let's say, a bishop trade, and then he's just going to have the continuous pressure against this d3 pawn, which is going to be annoying for Dominguez to keep tabs on. So yeah, great position for Hikaru, great position for Aronian, for Carissa, and for Irina. Right now, it's
I'm
looking
looking good
like
again.
it's looking like the girls are going to go to tie breaks, despite having two decisive results yesterday. And the guys might potentially, yeah, they might actually need no tie breaks
Might need
with
no, might need two. I mean, anything. Today is such an exciting day of Chess Hammer. I'm really looking forward to what's coming up after this break as the players' clocks are ticking down. Both Hikaru and Dominguez under 40 minutes. You will not want to miss it, so do stay tuned, and we'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everyone, to this tremendously exciting game between Hikaru and Dominguez. And after a shaky start, where I think both of us and probably quite a few chatters as well were a little bit worried, Hammer, Hikaru has now turned on beast mode. The moves are all, the last few moves have all been top moves, and they've been played fast.
Yeah, Hikaru is very obviously more comfortable with what's going on right now. And he has a nice advantage. The question, though, is how will that advantage be used to win the game? Um, so where were we? We did see the c4 move. We did see the b6 move. And since the break, there's been a trade, and Hikaru then followed up with this plan of completely controlling that b4 square, which makes sure that the white pawns cannot progress on this side of the board. Rook f1 from Dominguez is just protecting his own pawn. I'm starting to think maybe Dominguez is going to play his pawn one step forward and then Rook one step up. I'm seeing a future here where Dominguez just sets up a completely defensive um, formation, and basically just says, I'm gonna sit here and wait and just defend.
And then the question becomes, in that case, how are we going to break through? Will that breakthrough involve pushing the pawns on the king side at some point?
No, because here we have two pawns against three. So our two pawns will never be able to make a dent in white's three. Whenever you kind of try to overpower the opponent, especially when you're trying to push pawns against the opponent's king, you generally want to have as many, if not more, pawns than what the opponent has defensively. So I think if Hikaru is going to make a breakthrough, it's going to have to happen on the queen side. He's going to have to play this b5 move, but maybe he should first try to get some concessions on the other flank and then shift his. I don't know. To me, it looks like it's very difficult for Hikaru to make any sort of a breakthrough here. I even saw the engine recommend knight to b4 in some circumstances, but that seems very, very strange to me. Because in that case, Hikaru would be left with pawns on dark squares in the center and a bishop that moves on dark squares. And that bishop is really struggling to find any sort of assignment because the black pawns in the middle is just standing in the bishop's path repeatedly.
And we see what you are saying being reflected in the evaluation as the computer suddenly thinks this position is just equal. So I highly, highly doubt that we will see Hikaru ever play knight b4 here. Rook f7 is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very nice of Dominguez if he were to move his knight now into the center of the board, just allowing Hikaru to make that rook for knight sacrifice he's been looking for repeatedly. But I don't think Dominguez is that generous. And yeah, I'm starting to think something like pawn to g3, pawn to h4, queen up here.
But Hammer, I see somewhere in the engine lines that black is going to play h6 at some point in the future. And very often h6 is met by h4 from the engine, which
Well,
tells me if not h4, could I go g5?
I don't think so. I think h4 is just because that's how white wants to organize their pawns.
Hmm.
I think I just don't think pawn to g5 is ever going to be a good idea.
Okay, I'll give up on it.
Okay, Dominguez has repositioned his queen. So now that the queen has left the right flank, is this the moment where we could try and make a breakthrough here? Something like queen to b8?
You
And
know
then
what
try
I'm
to
worried
push
about
this pawn?
the b5 breakthrough, that if white gets the c file very quickly, is that not gonna be dangerous?
No, it's definitely going to be dangerous.
Mm.
And I find it really interesting that part of the reason Engine is recommending h6 for Hikaru is because right now the Engine is liking this maneuver of the bishop to try and point at the e5 pawn. That is
And
very high tier.
that answers a question from Takoyaki, who was saying, what is the purpose of bishop g5 for white? Engine has been recommending it for the past couple of moves.
And
Do
now
we
Hikaru is even
invite
provoking
it?
it.
Yeah, by playing rook
Um,
f6.
which of course the engines think is a big mistake, but it's
So
difficult for a
let's,
human to understand that
what
the
I
bishop
don't
is so much better here.
what I don't understand is that after bishop g5, the engine wants to go back to f7 because you know me, Hammer, rook g6, and let's go.
Yeah, but let's go with what pieces?
Uh, Great question. Yeah. I got excited, but okay, what is this knight b8? Computer wants knight b8,
It's
knight
very strange.
b7, knight f6,
At some
bishop
point, you should be
b6.
concerned about
Yeah,
this, right?
let's play bishop b6, d6.
And now there's even some knight takes here traps. Doesn't really work out right now. My idea is that you cannot take back because of the bishops pointing against one another. But if I do something like this first, wow, look at this suggestion. B4
Mm.
with the idea that now if the bishop is allured over here, then it leaves the defense in the center. And if pawn takes, then white's rook is suddenly gaining access. This is some very high tier stuff. I don't really think Dominguez, a human, is capable of this, but it's very interesting.
Very interesting, very risky too, as now Black has a protected passed pawn that is just an extra pawn on b4, but
This is not a protected passed pawn. I mean, it
protected by
is
the
it is
bishop.
a passed pawn and it is protected, but it's not the chess terminology of a protected passed pawn. That's reserved for pawns defended by their own pawn rather than just a bishop.
Granted. Granted, granted. But technically,
Technically, it is a passed pawn and it is protected.
but yeah, I'm with you. I very much doubt we'll see anything like this, as I think especially given the situation, this being game 2 of a mini match, I just don't think that is where you play a
But
move to
Hikaru
defend
has to
the.
feel like it's pretty risk free for him at this point, right?
I think so.
And I really like his pace over the last couple of moves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he was quite significantly down on time. And now, when he realizes himself that, oh, things have gotten a lot better, he
Mm-hmm.
uses the clock as a weapon to unsettle his opponent.
Hammer, it's happened again. This time I see it. Levon against Fabi are still playing, but the third board has appeared.
Oh, really?
Does it happen for you too? I know it's gonna break our layout for a second, but if you go back to the tournament page, do you see it as well? You see it
Wow.
too. Yeah.
The worst, they even made a Reddit thread pointing this out.
I didn't see that.
And they still don't fix it. Oh my gosh! But there's no third board in Hikaru's match, which is interesting because they just went back and forth. Hikaru moved his rook up, the bishop came in, the rook moved back, and now if Dominguez moves his bishop back, that can be a tacit draw offer.
But the fact that there is no third board, as you say, for anyone who's not sure what we're talking about, what it means is that Levon and Fabi have drawn and they are going to playoff. We noticed this yesterday. I mean, yeah, we are kind of spoiling it for you, but then chess.com and St. Louis are spoiling it for everyone. So I mean, I've never, I
They're
know.
setting up the digital board for the playoff,
Mhm.
and that is happening in real time. Whereas the actual broadcast of the moves is being delayed by 30 minutes.
I know
Uh,
you are also, I've never been a fan of delay, and I mean, 30 minutes is just incredibly extreme. Um, I really hope that one day we can get rid of delay. It's, I think, my least favorite part of chess as a fan, as when I work at events, when I commentate, when I just, I hate it. I understand that it's one of the effective ways at the moment, but yeah, I mean, there is no other sport, right? Where you watch with delay, as far as I know. Anyway, let's get back to the game. So
No,
if
now I want to talk about this because, as you say, I have been quite vocal about my opinions on the topic. And I want to say freestyle, the freestyle tournaments,
Mhm.
they don't have delay, correct?
Yeah, yeah, they didn't last time.
Yeah. There are other problems with that tournament, but delay is not one of them. The press zone for interviews was not optimal. You can get that feedback from me for free.
I mean,
We
there wasn't one, right? Sverre was.
Well, the Norwegian broadcaster did try to make the best of it,
I
but
know.
we kept getting hushed by the players because the only space made available for the media was within earshot of the ongoing games.
It wasn't even media, it was just Sverre because there was no other. I mean, I did my interviews, some of them outside, and then we were like, this is also not ideal because it's freaking cold. So even for the official interviews, um they did not have. So that's
Are you
surely
still going to be the on-scene reporter? Because Hikaru is playing, right? And Magnus is playing in
I'll
Paris,
be in Paris, yes.
starting in just a couple of weeks. So that's
Yeah.
actually Hikaru's next tournament after this one.
I'll be seeing him there coming up very soon. It's going to be exciting with 2 extra players this time around. Jebia is asking, can white start a same side attack here? So what's a same side
It's the
attack?
same side attack.
King side?
Yeah, I mean same side as where the kings are, I suppose. Um Actually the answer might be yes. Why there's no reason why Dominguez couldn't try and push these pawns up a little bit. If Hikaru really commits to moving his rook back and forth, we could see something like this, I want to say,
Mm-hmm.
which seems
Yeah,
fair for
double-edged.
white.
Yeah.
And
Actually, we
if
have
you
a
really
knight.
continue doing this back and forth, there could be a circumstance where the queen becomes really powerful in the center of the board on a light square where it cannot be chased away. Yeah, no, actually, I want to say the answer to that is yes. Ooh, look at this. Dominguez tried to offer the draw, and Hikaru says, no draw
Oh,
for
thank
you.
you.
He played this h6 move to control the g5 square, and now he's going to go rook f6 next. Anyway.
Actually, Hammer, just as an aside to finish off the freestyle chapter, I loved how one Inceptions paid attention and said, I loved your question about Super Bowl. Some didn't know what it was. So the quickfire questions we did with the players before the games, every single day it was given to me. They just said, ask them this. But one day they said, okay, you just come up with a question today. And it was the morning of the Super Bowl. And I was having breakfast with Leonard and Peter Doggers. And I said to them, do you have any ideas? And Peter said, well, since it's Super Bowl, you could ask them about their favorite Super Bowl halftime show. And I was like, Peter, you're a genius. That's such a great idea. And but I understood there was some danger that not everyone, might be aware. But Ali Reza was sitting next to us. So I said, Ali Reza, if I ask you what's your favorite Super Bowl halftime show, will you know what this is? And he said, yes, of course. And so I felt, okay, well, then I'm good to go, right? And I thought, okay, maybe the Uzbeks might not, or Gukesh will not have an interest, but I thought Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, Levon, all of them just said no. Literally, Ali Reza was the only one who answered the question. And they never they never asked me to come up with a question myself again. It made for a great video because they turned it in a funny way. They said they posted it the next day and said, safe to say the players all got a good night of sleep.
That's a good one.
No.
I saw some kind of documentary thing on princes performance and on
Yeah.
Michael Jackson's, I think. But
And
just if you were to ask me who has done the Super Bowl halftime show in the past couple of years, I would blank so bad.
but I was shocked that Magnus and Fabi and Levon that they were all like never watched the halftime show. Like for me, it's like the only thing. I've never watched the Super Bowl, but I watch the halftime show every year. And nuclear power, just to be clear, the players don't know what the questions are in advance. This was the only time
Normally.
just because I wanted to test it with one player. But I asked I asked the wrong guy, but in general, that was literally the only guy who knew the any question in advance. Okay, Rook F7 back
Yeah,
again.
no, that's trying to skip over quite a bit there,
Yeah,
Fiona.
yeah.
Because we last talked about this after H6, and part of the reason they've been playing very, very quickly now. But the thing is, they're not really making any progress. So I didn't really
Mm,
feel like there was a rush to address what is happening. Because they're just essentially moving back and forth.
yeah.
I'm expecting the knight to move back now. And yeah, then Hikaru has to watch out for the queens getting traded because he cannot really allow that to happen, I think.
Hmm.
So the question is whether Hikaru is going to have to go h5 at some point. White is definitely going h4. But if you go h5, then suddenly the white bishop has access to the g5 square, which is not great. And so you might move your bishop back to take control of that square. And now Engine is even suggesting ideas where you go g4.
Yeah, let me tell you, I'd never play H5 in a million years. That pawn is also hard to defend. It's so weak. I mean, I don't see H5 in the future. By the way, the game between Levon and Fabi has officially ended in a draw. Um, can we see the final moments of that? Because we last saw it not so long ago, and we thought that Levon had some serious chances. So I'm curious how it petered out so quickly.
Yeah. Let me check. So it seemed to us like Levon was setting up to go rook b6. Everything he did suggested he was going to go rook b6. And then he decided not to go rook b6.
Very hard to understand.
What could he have missed here? Engine wanted king h3. Is that difficult? I mean, it's not obvious, but it's not super difficult for a player of Arunyan's caliber. And then you sacrifice this pawn and you have a tremendous attack. Oh, you're even getting the pawn back. I don't know. I don't know. This seems like a wasted opportunity for Levon. He could have gotten the rook here, pointing in against the king. Have the rook here, just completely making sure that the black knight had to stay in defense. Nah, this was a spoiled opportunity for Levon. And at the end of the day, wow. Oh, yeah. No, he ended up having to trade rooks, and after the rook trade, there was just nothing because he needed the two rooks to attack from different angles to break down the black position, and he was unable to do so, and they ended up going back and forth.
So we will be seeing at least one playoff today. The question is how many more will join them? Shall we take a quick look at the ladies?
Let's question mark from Carissa. Not that big of a deal, although I do feel like that if you could have castled, you probably should castle. She moves the knight back instead because she wants to have this e4 square available to the queen, and then she's going to castle afterwards. I guess that's fair. Carissa is up a pawn, so she has the advantage. She needs to win to equalize the match, and Tatev also down to just 8 minutes on the clock. Um, Irina is, I'm still counting, same amount of pawns for both players, but there's some concerns that the white rooks could very easily point at the black king. And yeah, that seems reasonable to me. First, you gotta watch out for the bishop that's under attack. Or do you even have to watch out for the bishop? What happens if queen e4 attacking here? That seems promising. Ooh, but you get the counter attack and you cannot move the bishop because of the threat to the queen. Ooh, but then you do get the queen in here. Yeah,
Crazy
I
that
don't
this
know.
is
I think
happening.
just move the bishop back, castle your king, and get the other rook over here. I think that's going to be the strategy here for Irina. Ooh, actually, after bishop c3, engine says only move queen h5, and it took me a moment to realize why that's the only move. The reason is you got to control this d1 square so that white is not allowed to castle because the king is crossing a square controlled by an opposing piece.
Yeah, this is looking very, very dangerous. Even if she finds Queen H5 here, she's very far from being out of trouble. So the two ladies game still looking very likely that the players who lost yesterday will strike back. We've had some moves in Hikaru's game, so let's go back there. Someone's asking, will Hikaru be on late TT? I think that starts in 50 minutes, if I'm not wrong. So I think we can safely say he will not.
That is not happening. Um, so the knight came up, attacked the rook. This is where we were. I said I think the knight is going to go back. Instead, Dominguez moves the rook into the center, and then the knight does go back, but after being provoked by Hikaru's pawn. Hikaru then goes back with his bishop. Wow, this is interesting. Hikaru goes back with the bishop simply to prevent the white pawn from advancing. That is a bit unexpected to me. And then the rook goes back to the corner. This is not a position where, the ordinary rules of chess apply. I someone was asking in chat, Hikaru's not playing on the queen side. Is that still where you think he's going to make the breakthrough? And the answer is yes. I don't really see this thing Hikaru doing on the king side. I don't see this going anywhere.
But how
I'm
you
I'm very surprised the engine prefers black here. I feel like it's just equal.
the problem with breaking on the queen side now is isn't the queen stuck on g6 for a very long time to defend h5?
Yeah, and
So
also like you said, right, that if
mm,
we push the pawn up on the queen side, it's just going to give access for white to attack down the c file.
mm.
So there's not really any breakthrough ideas here at all that I can see at least.
Yeah.
But Hikaru did prevent this idea of h4 followed by king h3, which felt like that was a pretty efficient way for Dominguez to maybe even push for a win. Because h4, so say we just do not capture this pawn, and then king up, pawn forward. Oh, darn it. Sacrificing the rook and then coming in with the nastiness, attacking the queen and threatening checkmate. That's very
That's
nice.
very, very nice.
Okay, so basically it seems like it's just a draw in every circumstance.
So knight b8, where might that knight headed to c5?
Well, it's headed for c5.
Or potentially to f6 to take care of the h5 pawn and then we bring all the heavy pieces to the queen side.
Nah. So we have this potential of attacking this pawn. I'm not sure how that's gonna overwhelm White's defenses, though.
I mean, we literally can't bring a second attacker.
I like this King H1 suggested by the engine because that's the way as White you get to play H4. If H4 now, bishop takes, you cannot take back because of the black queen pointed at the king. So moving the king back, I think makes a ton of sense.
Okay, knight d7. I guess knight c5.
Problem is if you go knight c5, there's always rook a3. And the rook is protecting this. Yeah, the rook is on the same diagonal as the bishop, but if you move the knight back, you move the rook back because now the protection wasn't needed anymore.
Yeah.
So to me, it seems like if you're going to make anything happen with that threat, you need to go knight a6 with the idea that you go with the bishop first. And now if the bishop retreats, then you go knight c5. And if the bishop trades, yeah. The thing is, if you overextend here as black, suddenly bad things can happen. And here, this pawn sacrifice, or rather pawn diversion, like suddenly everything is collapsing.
And how are we better
C4
here?
move is wild.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, there's still the position is still full of a life. It's just that it's very, very difficult to make progress. And also now, wow, Fiona, one of the recommendations is for White to sacrifice a pawn.
Shout out to Mitino in the chat who said b4 does look really good. He also did say engine says b4, but followed it up with b4 looks really good. So let's take a look at that.
So the idea is that by sacrificing a pawn, you open up for the rook along the edge of the board. Ooh, and now it's a disaster for Hikaru if there's a trade of rooks, because after the rook trade, you no longer have the two rooks pointed at the f3 square, which allows the white knight to get back into the game and put some serious pressure on the e5 pawn.
Yeah, this is not
And
what
even
we
though
want.
that's easily defended, then the knight gets further forward.
Queen g6.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything there, does it?
But rook a1 and okay, white has taken the only open file.
Yeah, but you have your protected passed pawn.
True.
Yeah, probably even this is a draw. B4 was a difficult move to find. Dominguez doesn't find it. After B4 takes, it's also worthwhile that the threat here is rook takes bishop. So white actually manages to get the trade of bishops by force. Sorry, the trade of rooks by force. Because if black just sits here, rook takes bishop, and then bishop takes pawn, you get both of the rooks on the same diagonal. And then you managed to get the rook trade you wanted, and you took one of the black pawns in the process. So here, even though it's equal on material, computer says white is completely winning because this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak, and this pawn is weak. Okay, rook d1. Hikaru moves the king, rook back. Dominguez is literally just sitting there. And I kind of agree with him. I don't really see how Hikaru's close to making any progress.
I think it's actually a good strategy by Leinier, right? Because time is ticking both players down to around 25 minutes. Makes a lot of sense if he has spent his time before. He has determined, okay, this is a setup that I think is very hard to break. So I'm just gonna play waiting moves quickly and leave it to Hikaru to make the big decisions and spend his time on finding something here if there is. Top move is bishop g5. Does it help us if the bishops come off here?
I don't really see how.
Finally, my
Okay,
pawn
yeah, here.
storm.
Yeah, no, here actually we are achieving
Yeah.
something. So if we can lure the white rook off the first rank so that it's no longer protecting the rook on f1, then we can go pawn to h4, which is normally not effective at all because of knight to g4. But because of takes, and now this rook is unprotected, that makes all the difference.
Hmm.
So if we can create a circumstance where the white rook is no longer protecting the other rook, that's pretty good. And this is what Hikaru is going for now.
Okay, so somehow
But
it was.
it's possible to go h4.
Mhm.
And then you don't have this move. It's wild that the chess engine now is recommending trying to give yourself
King
doubled
h6.
isolated pawns.
What? But white is kind of stuck, right? The knight cannot go to f3. The rook on f1 cannot move without leaving the defense
But
of the pawn
still,
on
but
f2.
still. Yeah, and now you're going back to this b5 plan. So now essentially what you're doing is that you're going to move over here and then push b5. Hikaru is
Leinier?
definitely the one trying to make something happen. Ooh, Dominguez makes the trade. Big moment in the game. Big decision for Hikaru. Because now Hikaru could capture with a pawn. That has some long-term benefits of, for instance, absolutely making sure that the white pawn can never advance. And it really secures the c5 outpost for the knight. But then it becomes a question of who would then be best able to take control of this open A file.
I don't like this pawn capture at all.
I kind of like it still.
Okay, what if I go rook a3?
The thing is, what are you doing next, right?
Rook a1. Oh wait, do you have to? No,
Oh,
I
did you
meant the
mean the
other
other
rook.
rook?
But then nasty
No,
stuff.
bam. Yeah, bam. Bam, bam,
You tried to
bam.
save me from myself, but
You
I
know,
wanted
here
to get
the
mated.
queen and knight are just working together
Mm,
so well against the king.
mm.
And the knight is completely stuck. Yeah, no, so you can't do that. You can go f3 and then try to do this. But the question is, like, even if you double up here, what are you really achieving?
Hikaru has actually captured with the pawn.
Yeah. I think that's a interesting decision. I kind of like it because now it's actually about time.
Mhm.
Because what we saw in that previous variation we analyzed is that if given enough time, Hikaru will make this attack work.
Mm.
So now it becomes a test of it's no longer that Dominguez can go back and forth and just wait. Now he actually has to find a good counter plan in order to survive.
Okay, I guess starting with h4 makes some sense, right? To
Yeah,
just
no,
take
h4
that.
makes so much sense in the world. Because you're preventing black from ever doing it.
Yeah. And now show me the money hammer.
Yeah, so I guess king up. Because at some point I might want to have a rook pointing down against this white king, so it's useful getting this king up anyway. And here, apparently, the only good move for white is rook d1, and I dare you explain why that is.
Defending my pawn so that I can next move my queen to...
Completely giving up the a file. But I can never go on the a file because then the knight will be able to get back into the game. I mean, it's
But still,
fascinating how
why?
the a file opened up and both players are staying away from it.
I still don't understand why I then have to play rook d1. Why can't I play any other move?
Okay, yeah, this is not going to work.
Okay, let's say
So
rook
maybe you
b1.
have to go rook d1 to avoid that fork.
But let's go rook b1 just for argument's sake. I just want to see.
Yeah, because now I go here and now you cannot go
Ah,
for the queen trade. This is
ah.
interesting. But if you go rook d1, then you can always go for the queen trade. Apparently, you should go here and then go for the queen trade.
Oh
This is
dear.
actually super interesting because by provoking the pawn to push forward, if you go for the queen trade immediately here, then there are some circumstances where you cannot go rook a1 because the knight comes in with a fork. But if you first attack this pawn, force the pawn forward, and then go for the queen trade, now you can go rook a1 because there's no fork.
Sorry, Hammer, I was distracted. I saw some more new boards appear. This time too, but in the same match. I'm not gonna say which one. Um, but we're headed into another tiebreak. It's not this game. I'm not gonna spoil this one. I find it absolutely outrageous that they are either not fixing it or not just waiting to get those boards out. Like I think delay, okay, we anyway both hate it, but if you're gonna use it, you have to make absolutely sure that there's no spoilers. Otherwise, it's just anyway, that's neither here nor there. Well, it is here, and it's actually very much here. I'm rambling, Hammer. Queen d1 played by Leinier.
Saved by the move. So Dominguez is actually allowing h4 to happen. But he's basically just saying, if you go h4, I'll just sit here and I'll put the knight on g4 afterwards. Which seems like a very solid reasoning. Yeah, I don't want to do that. But on the other hand, if I'm not going to do that, what am I going to do? Because now that whole plan would... So the thing about h4 is that it allowed us this plan to try and open up with the pawns in front of our king to attack the white king. But if they just dare us to go h4 and just sit there, we have no plan of action here. Unless, well, if we could here, Fiona, take, and take the knight, The only reason this doesn't work is because rook takes rook is a check. But if that was not a check, then this would be winning for. Actually, I'm not even sure it would be winning. But imagine I got to put this rook here.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, then this is still winning for white.
Yeah, those dreams. I mean, it looks so nice, but it's a little bit far removed at the moment. What's the time situation? Hikaru just dropped under 20 minutes.
Yeah. I was optimistic there for a little while, but now I'm back to my normal self.
Hammer, we need one last break before things heat up. Do you think now is a good moment?
Yeah, I think
Um,
so. We're gonna let Hikaru. Oh,
Oh,
never mind.
let's take a look. H4. But this was when you said that.
Yeah, well, Queen E2 now is a very easy move. It's the only one for Dominguez. Shouldn't take him more than a couple of seconds. Why is he still thinking?
You tell me, I'm not
I don't
sure.
understand. So you want to go knight to G4, but you cannot do this immediately because of pawn takes pawn. And then you cannot take back the pawn because rook takes here and the queen cannot take. Which is why you want to have the rook protecting the rook instead of the queen protecting the rook.
I mean, the
So
only other move
you go
besides.
queen e2, and then you can, no matter what black does, you can go queen knight g4 next.
I mean, I see that the only other possible move is queen c2, but I just don't see any possible advantage of removing the queen's vision towards the king side.
Okay, what about this, Fiona? Is is Hikaru just gonna trade here into an endgame? And then, like, these pawns are looking kind of dangerous here, right? If you
And
just
so,
manage to get rid of this one, it's game over.
oh, apparently Leinier blundered. He played g4.
Oh,
Oh, I was
I,
thinking
I, I was
when I
hoping I was hoping that was more than a spectator assessment. I thought maybe you had
sorry, Hammer, I got baited.
made some considerations there.
I mean, chat got so excited. I hadn't even seen the move that I thought it has to be something big.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's a blunder. I think very possibly the best move in the position. He's volunteering for something that looks very ugly, but
Although you had said that Queen E2 was the only, and what's he thinking about?
oh yeah. Well, it's just G4 looks extremely ugly.
Mm.
Um, but the thing is, it's just so difficult for Hikaru to break down White's little
Fortress.
fortressy situation. Maybe Hikaru can try and take the A file. Engine is recommending rook f4 at some point. That makes no sense to me. B3 also makes no sense. You already are concerned about one pawn that the knight is pointing in towards, and then you're going to put another pawn forward. That's going to be an eternal weakness. Yeah, I think queen e2 is pretty obvious. Ah, but then knight b3, And if the rook tries to attack along this a file, then we actually do get the knight in to kick the white rook out of its defense of the f2 pawn.
And just like that, we are winning. And if the rook stays on the first rank after knight b3,
Well, if the rook stays on the first rank, then you've given up the a file, right?
so Hammer, is it time to get a bit more optimistic after all? Maybe, right?
Well, I'm certain this current position is a draw, but it's still a little bit unpleasant to be Dominguez, and especially with the time ticking down. He could make a mistake.
I do think we're in for a very intense final stage of this game with both players under 20 minutes. So we are going to take this moment here to take a short break, come back refreshed for the final moments of this, which we are back, everyone, and this time we missed an actual blunder, which unfortunately was not punished by Hikaru. Hammer, let's rewind. Well, you've already rewound to where we left off, so let's see it.
Yeah, no, the break timing was unfortunate because pretty much right after we went out on break, Dominguez made a double question mark blunder, and Hikaru, he was not attentive to the idea that would have punished this move. Knight takes b3 was a possibility here. The idea is to lure the queen away from the defense of her own king. If queen takes knight, the black queen makes its entry. And now the two rooks working together with the queen assures black that they will be able to capture the f2 pawn on the next move. And then the thing becomes that there's a threat of checks along that second rank. And if the knight moves back, the rook comes in, check on the king, and the queen follows. And the rook and the queen is all that's needed to give a checkmate on the king in the corner. But Hikaru was not had not noticed that tactical theme, and instead he's moving his own king off the bottom rank so that he cannot get checked in from the side. But that allowed Dominguez to reinforce his protection along that vulnerable second rank that we saw exploited in the tricky continuation. And now Dominguez has a way better grip on the defense towards his own king.
So Hikaru did play rook f4.
Yeah, the thing
guess
is, he's not really getting anywhere here. Both of these places that rook is targeting is very, very well protected. And Dominguez now is just going to move his rook, even trying to get his rook in a more active position. The rook was protecting the vulnerable white pawn from behind, but now it's going to protect from the side instead, where it can multitask, protecting both the white pawn close to the king, but also protecting the pawn that could have been captured on a previous move. That's going to be very frustrating for Hikaru when he notices the opportunity he missed.
DC is asking an interesting question. Will time pressure play a role? In my opinion, it depends on how many problems Hikaru can still pose. If that setup that Hammer was just talking about on the second rank, if that is solid and all that Dominguez needs to do is sit, then no. And I'm not seeing right now, now that we don't have b3 available anymore, I'm not seeing right now where we will open a new front, basically.
I would argue that time pressure has already affected this game.
Mm-hmm.
because Hikaru would have seen that trick if he wasn't concerned about getting low on time. Hikaru still has 17 minutes, which is plenty for a player of his caliber, but he doesn't want to get into the situation where he has 5 minutes remaining or 3 minutes remaining because he knows with himself that he hasn't been good in those situations where the clock ticks down. So he's trying to make sure that he doesn't get low on time. But here, spending a bit more time thinking about things would have probably made him aware of the trick that he could have utilized.
Love to Stream is very confused about why Hikaru didn't take on b3. They think that Hikaru saw it, but didn't like the calculation after. I don't think I can tell you with 99% certainty that Hikaru did not see knight takes b3. I think it was more a spot of mutual blindness. Dominguez missed knight b3, and Hikaru kind of trusted him and didn't investigate further. He played his move very quickly. So if he had seen knight b3, it's not that he didn't like the calculation after, because he didn't even spend any time. So there was no calculation. I think it's just a spot, and this happens sometimes where two very strong players can miss the same thing. And yeah. Hammer, where can we possibly pose some problems? What do you think?
So I'm starting to think maybe we can reroute this knight to the f4 square.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm also thinking maybe we can go b5 at some point. Let me just play a bit of fantasy chess. But if there's a future where we can get our rook into this c3 square and then move the knight back, or try to get the knight to this f4 square, something like that could be nice. Yeah. So getting a rook here or a knight here, that feels to me to be the ways that we could potentially make some progress. Queen back from Hikaru, that could be preparing this b5 move. Just in general, useful to have the queen controlling some squares here. Notice how Hikaru's making sure that the white rook has no option of making progress on the queen side. So now the white queen has to stay here protecting this pawn. The rook has to stay protecting here and here. Hikaru has him tied down very nicely. It's just, it's missing that final blow.
Mm-hmm. I like your
Maybe,
plan. Mm-hmm.
maybe Hikaru also can go b5. b5 takes queen up, and then get the queen working together with the knight against the d3 pawn. In fact, I mean, you can even go queen here, right? You can just preemptively protect that so that you're ready to come in with your queen.
I am
Could be
shocked
an
at this.
idea.
But okay, white has to find g5 here, which I don't think that is so obvious.
I think it's pretty obvious
Yeah.
because if you can get this knight involved, that's very nice. Because here Hikaru's risking a lot. Suddenly there's threats of checkmates, there's threats of things coming in from the side, and also the knight getting in. Oh. Yeah, okay, maybe. Rook d2, only move. Rook a8. This is fascinating. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, make it bigger. I'll try to guide you.
Say stop.
Stop. No, the problem is I have some delay. Wait, a bit bigger. It was perfect. Okay. Jaren will save us. It's pretty close. And I think Jaren will do the rest. Okay, so where are we at?
We're waiting to see what Hikaru's plan is. Ooh, and now the eval bar is actually recommending moving the knight over here.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to tell Jaren to turn off his mic
I
again.
told him already. Okay, so rook b1.
Yeah, knight d7, the recommended move right now. And if white just sits here, we're gonna get the knight over here. Oh God, he's having to fix every layout. I mean, I could have just
Don't
made
move
it
it
better.
again. Don't touch it again, Hammer.
Oh no.
I mean, chat does like this kind of. In my experience, they enjoy seeing this kind of thing. But Hammers, doesn't this look very promising again, actually?
Yeah, I'm just struggling. Are we trying to win this pawn on the edge of the board? Is that what we're going for?
I'm not sure
It's
what
not
we're doing.
entirely clear what we're going to be threatening when we do arrive where we want to go. It's a bit unfortunate that there's a rook in the way. I feel like Hikaru could very well just go back here. Oh no, you cannot stay here because then you're blocking the knight. And you can't go back here maybe because of then g5. Wow. g5 and the recommendation is rook g6, just giving up the rook. Oh my God.
What the hell, Hammer? What the hell is this?
Queen is trapped.
Yeah, but what was King H1 about?
I mean,
Stepping out of the pin, yeah?
otherwise it's a fork.
Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. This is one of the most ridiculous moves I've ever seen.
So rook f6, trying to vacate the f4 square ahead of time, actually just blunders a whole rook. Because if the rook moves up, then yeah, you're getting checkmated. Just the queen and pawn working together. But turns out you can just give up your rook to trap the queen.
This is insane.
Yeah. And here Hikaru might be winning, actually. That is hilarious.
So knight d7 actually, Hammer, has been played by Hikaru.
Yeah, no, he should have blundered a rook instead. That could have worked out.
I'm starting to get more optimistic about this, actually.
No, I mean, considering the time situation and the fact that Dominguez has already blundered once, if he's done it once, he might do it again.
I'm getting more optimistic both about this game and my prediction of 2 playoffs, actually. Because, well, we have 2 playoffs already guaranteed between Karisayip and Tataf, where Karisayip managed to strike back with the black pieces, and between Aronian and Karana, which ended in a draw. But Alice Lee might suddenly be holding her game, which would see her through to the final.
Did find that queen h5 move preventing the castling. And Irina, apparently here, she should have gone for the queen trade, but being in a must-win situation, she wasn't really interested in queen trading. But now her king got stuck in the center instead. And Alice started making some attacks against this white king.
It's a wild game as well.
Yeah. Wait. Did Irina just allow a repetition?
But what could she do? And you mean, yeah, with rook h1.
Yeah. No, after rook h1, it's just a
Yeah.
draw by force. Okay, that's a very strange blunder. And f4 was winning instead. That's sad. Allowing a repetition when you could have just won the game instead.
Especially when yesterday she could also have won that game, which she
Yeah.
lost. Very tough.
Yeah, back and forth, back and forth. Alice Lee goes into the winner bracket final. She's going to be facing off against the winner of the Yip Abrahamyan playoff.
And Hammer, I know you're a very competitive man, but you're in a tough situation now, and I can see from your reaction that the same thought had crossed your mind already. You're stuck between.
In order to win the bet against Fiona, I need Hikaru not to win this game.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Hammer.
That's how it is.
I guess you'd be happy to hand me the win.
But on the other hand, if this game ends up in a draw, we get an exciting playoff with Hikaru playing.
I remember your reaction last time I talked about, yeah, Hikaru would be happy to go to playoff against Dominguez. You did not have the same reaction then.
No, I'm thinking more from the audience perspective.
Okay, let's see. Rook b2 played by Dominguez.
Why did Hikaru put his queen where the knight wanted to go?
Yeah.
The knight is going back. Wait, what happened here? Dominguez was threatening a pawn.
But could we not play queen e7?
That would be because then we still could have done this after. Why are we not playing queen e7? That's very strange.
But now we can we
well,
not
now we try again. Now we try again.
Yeah, queen
so
e7.
now we go queen d8.
But why don't we just go queen e7? Because then the pawn is already defended.
Well, I'm just after knight d7. I'm concerned about rook e7. I don't want to allow some kind of a.
Why weren't we worried about that when we were advocating for queen n7 instead of queen f8?
We were threatening here.
Yeah.
Yeah, which in fact, that's why this rook b1 was a mistake, because the rook was no longer protecting here, which means that the knight could try to reroute itself without the white rook being able to respond. That was actually a very important part of why this was possible now.
Mm-hmm.
So even if we try to recreate, oh my God, he played g5. Oh no, that's not as dramatic as I made it out to say. Yeah, no, he's just preventing white from going g5.
We are preventing white from going g5.
Which also means we're preventing the white knight from basically ever getting back into the game.
But the problem is if we get to f4 with the knight.
Oh, are you saying white is just going to go king h2?
I'm not even sure what I'm saying, Howard.
Okay, so let's just make some moves. So basically, white is just going to sit here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to gradually improve our position. And if we now get what we're looking for, engine says we're winning.
Yay.
I don't quite understand how.
Me neither. Blunder. Hammer. Let's go back to the game.
Hmm.
Okay, it is kind of a blunder. Come on, Hammer, give us something. Tell us it was a mistake at least.
How is it a mistake?
I don't know, but the computer says so. Our overlords. Okay, let's try and figure out why it's a mistake.
I suppose now we don't need to have both the rooks pointing down here. One of the main reasons we had both the rooks working here was so that white never had the option of getting the knight back into the game. Now that white has played f3, we no longer need this pressure. So now we can completely reroute the rooks. Wow, the recommended move is f4 in order to go knight f3. That is sick. That is so good.
But is it so good, or is it just that the rest is worse?
No,
Because
I think it's so good.
okay, so let's follow the top line. Rook takes f4.
I kind of
This
wanted
would
to take this, but I guess then the queen gets in here. What about rook f3? Okay, so queen.
I
Yeah,
mean, this
you
is kind of
just
what we had before, but with an extra
no,
pawn.
but
And
this is just you're stuck, right?
am I really?
It's
But what
nowhere
about,
close to
but
what
what
we had
about the,
before because anytime we try and reroute this knight, there's going to be some kind of a trick.
but can we not use the A file instead of rerouting the knight?
Actually, maybe there is no trick.
Sometimes you confuse me, Hammer. Yesterday there was this position that was, maybe it's not about the computer eval, but it was like plus 0.2, plus 0.3, and you were so excited. And now we see plus 1.3, and you're like, nah, it's nothing.
You know, it's human instinct. And I
What
was right yesterday.
about?
The opening was very favorable. Oh no. Oh no, yesterday. I meant the day before yesterday. When was I optimistic yesterday? I
Yeah,
guess I was
after,
at some
yeah,
point.
yeah, you were. You're like, this is something. And I was like, I wanted to believe you.
Now
Hikaru
that the
did not
white rook
believe it,
hasn't
but
moved over here, maybe now f4 is not something to be afraid of.
Triton is saying that on very high depth, it's minus 2.6. Do you mean right now, the live position?
Apparently, this is winning for Hikaru.
I think he's gonna win this game. I'm not sure yet how, but by
I
the
mean,
way, on the
in practical play, it definitely feels very, very close to something.
we're also up 5 minutes on the clock, which is non-negligible. I think I can see some red color
I'm
on
not
Dominguez
sure.
cheeks.
I'm not sure
From
why we put the rook here on c7. I thought maybe we would put it on b7 instead. Do you think there's any chance Hikaru's just going to go b5 next?
but why rush?
But then why put the rook here? If you're in the frame of mind of not rushing, why are you not putting this rook here and then this other rook here?
That's true.
Because then you're both trying to get the rook in here and you're supporting the b5 pawn break.
Don't you have any easier questions for me, Hammer?
No.
Hikaru has gotten up from the board 6.5 minutes.
I think Hikaru's definitely going to move this rook back so that he can try and get his queen in. And it's really interesting to see how the engine likes this f4 move. Because if the f4 move does not happen in time, then black will, because now if f4, then the queen comes in. And the queen getting access here is, of course, much more important than the knight trying to make some counterattacks. So basically, we're in a situation where after rook f7, Dominguez has to go f4.
I think that's such a hard move to make. And it's probably not even saving you, right?
Yeah, because now this knight takes b3 is being recommended. I don't quite understand why this is significant, but oh my god, queen d6. Wow. So basically just giving up a whole knight in order to divert the white pieces from the white king. And then I guess you sack. Still not clear to me how this is winning.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
is looking
I mean,
promising, but still not entirely clear.
If this is what we have to find, that's gonna be a bit tricky with not that much. By the way, I remember a comment wondering Bishop made probably around an hour ago at this point, saying shades of 2023 question mark. And now I see some very clear shades for anyone who wasn't here when Hikaru mentioned it yesterday or we did earlier today. In 2023, he drew game 1 against Leinier with the white pieces as well, and then won game 2 with black. And he is inching closer and closer. Although now, so, okay, rook
How are we
f7.
protecting this pawn?
But we don't need to protect it. We'll take d3 if you take it.
Did you understand that this endgame is completely winning?
No, but I understand that I have a protected passed pawn.
This time it actually is a protected passed pawn. And you have an incredible square for the knight on f4.
I mean, I wouldn't be confident that I was winning, but I think even I would understand that I'm much
So
better.
now Hikaru retreated his rook at a moment where pawn to f5 is no longer a good idea. Because now the knight is unable to go to f3 afterwards. And if Hikaru can just get this rook out of the way so that the queen can get involved, that's game over. Yeah, no, Hikaru's definitely winning this. Dominguez down to 4 minutes. And now Hikaru's also introducing the threat of rook a7, right? That's the benefit of moving both of these rooks back. Now he's going to take over the a file, and as a part of that deal of taking over the a file, he'll also get rid of the rook so that the queen could get into the f4 square. So now he's coming in here and this and this. Wow. Yeah, that f3 was kind of, it felt like a solid move to me because it just shuts down everything. But the fact that it takes away any sort of counterplay with the knight getting involved afterwards, that was the problem with that move. That Hikaru suddenly didn't need to have his rooks here to prevent the knight from getting back into the game. Suddenly Hikaru could move the rooks over to the other side without fearing the knight It's over.
Just like that. I mean, it
Well,
was.
that is oversimplification of what happened, but uh, through prolonged maneuvering, over time, and making many good decisions, Hikaru is this is actually his first classical win in the tournament, but his third winning position.
This is gonna, I mean, okay, the game is not over yet, but if he wins it, it will be a massive relief after some torturous days. I'm thinking especially about 2 days ago. King E2.
Okay, so apparently Hikaru can now make a sacrifice. I mean, it's not super difficult to find. First, sacrificing your knight, then sacrificing your rook, with the idea that you force the king and queen on the same rank, which enables you to capture the queen afterwards. Not super difficult, but the
This he
problem
looks.
for Hikaru here is that he has so many other tempting options as well. So
What
rook to
is knight
a3.
D3 immediately?
Well, it's the same thing, no?
It's just the exact.
It's not the exact same thing, but
Wait, what did? Oh, no,
same principle. So rook a3, I feel like is the only tempting move that no, but right
I
now,
saw. I just saw Hikaru's reaction when King E2 was played, and there was an immediate frown of like, that doesn't look right.
okay, so he's seen it.
I think he saw it instantly.
Because here, contrary to that knight sacrifice he missed earlier, here just he's so focused on all the captures, while previously he was so focused on the strategic maneuvering. So in a way, this is a lot easier to find because checking all the captures is just the number one thing you do.
Honestly, I'll be shocked if he doesn't play rook takes a2 and knight d3. He has almost 11 minutes on the clock as well, which is plenty of time.
Yeah, no, the problem is not the moves or anything. It's just how good are the alternatives, I would say.
Let's try and think of some alternatives. The reason I'm confused about looking at alternatives is because, as you said, looking at rook takes a2 and all these captures makes a lot of sense, and the calculations are quite straightforward, right?
Yeah.
So
This seems unnecessarily unclear. But even this is winning. The thing is, even if he does end up playing something else, everything is winning at this point. Even like the silliest, allowing the most trades, allowing the most counterplay, even there the engine was saying black is winning.
okay, we'll just wait now. This is the last game still going, by the way.
So that means we will get the playoff games pretty quickly afterwards, or is it
Yeah. I'm already gonna
11 p.m. at the earliest, whatever that is in the local time? I think you said it was at the earliest, right?
It was, let me see, what's today? And 11 is without the delay, although I think last time they brought it for Alaska, Leonard.
Khalil asks, is Hikaru back at 2,700 if he wins? No, sorry, 2,800. And the answer to that is yes. Yes, he is.
I just hope that when I message Leonard and I say, do you already know when the playoffs are starting, that he doesn't respond with, well, Hikaru is still playing. Let's hope not.
Hikaru taking his sweet time on this decision. We think he's gonna get it, but at the same time, if he was feeling good about these calculations, his
Now the body
faces would be a
language.
lot different than this. This
Yeah,
is
the
not the
face.
face of someone who's about to win a queen.
This face just now, yeah. Because I think if he saw it already, we would see a lot more head bobbing.
Yeah.
No? Since when has Hikaru become harder to read? Oh, playoffs will start. Okay. Playoffs will start in 47 minutes for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. 47 minutes till the playoffs, so 11 p.m. Hammer and Fifi time, and you guys can do the maths, whatever. 46 minutes from now is in your time zone.
I found
Come
a
on,
really
Hikaru.
interesting map on Facebook today.
You found a really interesting map?
Yeah. It was about how the time zones of the world correspond to the actual movement of the sun. And when kind of like what would be the optimal time zone if you only cared about how it relates to the sun's placement. And so countries that are very east-west kind of struggle with this
Mm-hmm.
because if you want your whole country to be on the same time zone,
Mm-hmm.
then it's gonna you're gonna get
Speaking
the sunset and stuff like that a
speaking
lot
of Hammer,
earlier in some point. I didn't, you didn't think it was interesting because I sent this to some of my friends and they were like, "Oh, this is completely uninteresting. Why have you sent this to us?" He found it.
he goes for knight d3 first, but it gets a brilliant move. No, I think you'll have to tell me one more time during the break because I just couldn't follow everything.
No, but
And
people in chat are following it. I think it's a boy thing, to be honest. What is the best country? Ask chat. Madagascar. Madagascar is a pretty thin country and it's very north south and it's
yeah,
perfectly placed within its time zone.
interesting. Another reason why I wasn't following completely is because it made me think of something else, a trivia I was gonna give you. What is the biggest country with only one single time zone, Hammer?
China.
Ah, you know your stuff.
Yeah. But
Okay.
that's part of why the map was interesting, right? Because the
Yeah.
map says that in Western China, the time zone is like 3 hours inaccurate.
Wow. That's
And basically the correct timing for the Chinese time zone is Beijing based on the sun's placement. And Beijing
I
is very far east in China.
have you heard of this Twitter account, Drop a Pin, I think it's called. That's where I got this trivia from. It's a guy, I think he's in Chicago, and he just asks all his colleagues these trivia questions. And I don't follow the page yet, but I've been watching so many of his videos that the algorithm just serves them to me anyway, every single day. Anyway,
Oh
that's
gosh, is Dominguez sacrificing his queen? No way he manages to construct some kind of a fortress here, right?
no, come on. Be serious, Hammer. But maybe throwing in d3 does make sense to open the king just a little bit more, no?
Well, no, because I mean, you'll always have time for that later. White is going to have to take control of the A file. So takes, rook here. Is really d3 the only winning move? Because here, if the king gets here, this is suddenly like here the position is a draw because you cannot get on the a file and you can't kind of get any sort of headway through the center. So this is what we're trying to avoid. Hikaru does sacrifice the pawn, so he wants to get rid of the pawn so that there's no blocking stuff. But it might have been even better to take, and then queen a8. That was pretty cute, I thought. That's pretty wild. But yeah, he sacrificed, and now, you know, the knight maybe is trapped. So here, takes. The rook has to control the a file, but then the queen will come in here. Oh, you're even coming in on the c3 square. Yeah, no, this is okay. That was. Oh, you're coming in. Yeah, no, never mind. d3 was a great move. Very nice move from Hikaru, because he's opening up this diagonal, and the queen is just gonna get access to either one of these two squares to make its infiltration.
Let's see, did something happen already? Okay, we saw rook f7.
Takes with the king. I don't think it matters much. Either way, he can go here, he can go here. He's got a lot of entry points for the queen. I guess knight f1 is what Dominguez needs to play here.
And Hikaru,
Fiona, do you think this position would be a draw if the black pawn was further down and the white pawn was protected by its other? I'm starting to think this pawn is the only reason Hikaru is winning this game. Because imagine something like this. The only reason Hikaru wins is because he can get at this h3 pawn.
That's pretty wild, actually. You might have a point here.
Well, but could have, would have, whatnot. The pawn is on h3, and Hikaru's going to get access to it no matter what.
Moonlit Mistral is asking, how difficult is it to throw this position? I think pretty difficult.
Yeah, no, this is over.
Will Hikaru come for an interview? We assume so. I mean, Hikaru, even when he loses, I think in recent memory, I can only think of one time, once or twice maybe, that he didn't show up, no matter what. So if he indeed won this game, I'd be shocked if he did not stop by. Gotta move. Wait, what are you gonna move? Wait, we gotta move from... No, what am I? Sorry, Hammer, I lost the thread for a second. Yeah, 1 minute for Dominguez. 1 minute for Dominguez. The problem is he doesn't really have any great moves, so he will make a move, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he'll resign just yet. How did it happen? You two are commentating for Hikaru. I think we were asked and we said yes, and here we are.
We're famous. In chess circles, we're famous. That's why.
I'm trying to remember actually when I started doing commentary. I recently thought of this and I can't remember, but I think it's been a while.
With me, it was just chess.com stopped inviting me. So then I was like, maybe someone else is more appreciative of my services. Hammer is humble like me. Yeah, humble. That's the word you would use, right, Fiona?
Humble Hammer will call you from now on out. Has a wing to it. No, I think we very well, I very much, I'm not gonna speak for him. I very much appreciate that people seem to enjoy having us here.
Casey, let's not make humble hammer into HH.
Yeah.
Don't do that, please. It's no-go zone.
Aren't you all familiar with Dmitry Komarov's commentary? Komarov is, of course, a legend, but it's a completely. I think
Oh
Komarov
God.
is.
Chat
Huh?
is actually now spamming HH. Do you guys know what that means?
Yeah, I mean, you asking them not to do that was
Yeah, I
maybe not the
understand
best
that, but I
idea.
thought maybe they just didn't realize that they were saying Heil Hitler. So I thought maybe me reminding them would be like, okay, yeah, we probably shouldn't be doing that.
I like this comment. Elon does. Oh. Okay, hopefully this game will be done any moment so we can all go and cool off. Forget about this little interlude. I was just talking about something so sweet as well, Hammer, when you interrupted me to talk about the age age. I was saying I'm so glad that people enjoy it because I always have a lot of fun working with you, and I'm as happy as Chet is,
I
whenever
may
we
have
get.
ruined it.
Yeah, you ruined it. There was my wholesome moment of the stream. Um, Knight D2, the queen is gonna come in. The queen is gonna go hunting some pawns.
Well, you say some pawns, but it's really only one. And
But then
I
again,
maintain
Hammer,
I
when
maintain
we
that if that pawn had been up here, it would have been a draw.
could
And I
very
think the
well
best
be.
way for me to illustrate it is if we just let the queen take this pawn and then give away this pawn and then not take the rook. Yeah, this is a draw. So probably it would be the same as long as the pawn was protected by another pawn. Wouldn't make that big of a difference. So it is thanks to this pawn on h3, but that's part of the game. Hikaru saw that
Hmm.
coming, I'm pretty sure.
Nuclear power just made a great point, actually. Saying, imagine Hikaru wanting to join and hearing this on his stream. There's a very real possibility that Hikaru is, in fact, in his room right now.
He's probably doing his recap.
Recap, yeah. Although today, I guess he also had to do some interviews on site. I don't know if he did on previous days.
Today he is no, he's not the only winner of the day, but the only other winner of the day has to go play a playoff. So they're probably pretty interested in hearing Hikaru's thoughts.
So if and when, let's say, if and when Hikaru wins this game, he will be in the Open, the first to go through to the finals. In the women's event, Alice Lee is in the finals, and she will face either Tatef Abrahamian or Karisayip. And if Hikaru wins this game, he will face either Fabiano Caruana or Levon Aronian.
I thought it was going to be the Black Queen that captured this pawn on h3, but it seems like Hikaru is gradually getting his king involved for that task.
Mm.
Why not? I don't know why he's thinking now, though. Is there anything to be concerned about here?
I don't know. I don't see it.
I don't really see it either.
And Hammer, we have a protected pass pawn once again.
Well, actually, suddenly we're getting checkmated on the edge of the board. But maybe even queen takes knight is winning.
Oh my god. That is nuts.
Uh, probably there are easier ways to win, but I feel like this really solidifies the thought that everything is winning for Hikaru
Yeah.
at this point.
I mean, I don't know how, I always enjoy myself a little bit in these spots. I don't drag them out for the enjoyment, but I don't feel like, oh, come on, make a move, Hikaru. Like, I imagine that this is quite a relaxing spot. You know that everything is winning and you're just trying to decide on, okay, which winning line will I go for? In my experience, sometimes this is where players, maybe not the top elite, but spend the most time is when there are so many winning lines and you're just like, okay, I want to find the cleanest, but everything just looks so good that you get confused. So what did we say, Hammer? The playoffs on top of the hour, yeah?
Yeah. We'll just barely have time for Hikaru interview and a break.
Yeah.
And
Perfect
then
timing today.
bam. Yeah, very good timing.
Will we stream the playoff? Yes, we will. We hope that some of you yesterday, quite a lot of you stuck around, even though we were not watching Hikaru for the playoffs. But today the break shall be shorter. I think, Hammer, we're close to 9,000 viewers. This might be the most that I've seen in this tournament. So big shout out to all of you being here. Today was a tremendously exciting game that, I mean, anything could have happened, but in the end, it looks like we're gonna get the desired result here. And I think it's gonna be very soon. King e3, threatening mate.
Slightly inaccurate, I would say, by Hikaru. I'm not sure why he's so massively provoking the rook to protect the knight from this d file. I mean, playing the king to d3. Normally, everyone would go king e3 just to avoid getting checked when the rook comes in to defend. But it seems very obvious that Hikaru wants to avoid a situation where the rook moves back on the a file. But he got his wish. The rook is now protecting from the d file. And that means the king can move over here without being interrupted, maybe? That could be the thinking. Whereas if the rook was over here, it would always be pointing in the king's direction. So if Leinier just sits here and waits, the king takes a little walk. And this should be
On
clean
the
enough.
wild side.
Okay, so Dominguez plays e5. The one thing to avoid now is move the king over here, because then you are getting forked by the knight attacking both the king and the queen. But Hikaru just takes the pawn. Now, once again, he's threatening to move the king up. The knight gets a nice square on e4, but if it moves there now, you're just going to take out the pawn that was defending it. Not much Dominguez can do here. This is such a strong win with the black pieces. Dominguez, like, remember how easily Dominguez got the draw with the black when he had the black pieces yesterday? Hikaru was like, I never stood a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, today was I mean, from the moment we were so scared. I mean, the position was so scary in the opening. And from the moment Leinier played this A5 move, things just started turning around very gradually, but it was, all uphill from there. It was quite the grind. I mean, I was devastated when we missed this knight takes B3, but
Yeah.
he got another chance, and that time he didn't let go. The jacket is back on. The queen is in.
Check and king e2. That's game over.
That's a nice finish, actually.
And now the knight has to stay put because the knight needs to defend this pawn. But if the knight stays put, you'll be able to take out both the rook and the knight. And let's just say in the remaining situation, you're going to be able to get a new queen. Bam.
Checkmate ends the game.
Easy peasy.
Let's see. Should we get a move? No, never mind. So, queen a1. Now we push the pawn.
Okay, I guess he's making the argument that he can just push this pawn. Knight cannot capture because then you lose the protection of all the pawns. And if pawn captures, then you get a new guy rushing forward to become a new queen. I still maintain queen check and king up was easier.
What did Leinier do here after e5? We can still do your thing, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
We're really taking our time here, savoring these last moments.
3 minutes remaining for the game, but Hikaru's acting like he's got all the time in the world. And he does go for the pawn break, enabling himself to push the next pawn up to become a new queen.
Mm-hmm. Shalgam is saying it's a bit stressful. I can tell you, you don't need to be stressed. I know we've had a lot of stressful finishes in recent times, but this one, I promise you, is in the bag. No title Tuesday, no title Tuesday today. I think Hikaru will also be very happy not to have to play a playoff, get an early-ish finish and just watch his opponents duke it out for the chance to meet him in the final.
And
I
by
say
getting
this.
to the winner's final, he's already guaranteed third place, right?
I
Just trust me,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, you're right. You said it with a hint of this is I'm looking for you to confirm, and I was like,
No, I didn't need
computing.
confirmation. That was a statement of fact.
Oh, I think it's time.
It's definitely time. Mr. Dominguez, this was not your day. Hikaru played some very risky chess, exposing his doubled pawns in the center of the board. But he has showcased the benefit of the space advantage. And by being the first to push the pawns forward in the center, he had more maneuvering space behind. And Dominguez got squashed in the end. All of his pieces passively placed, unable to stop Hikaru's intentions.
Optimus is asking, Hikaru's best game this year? What do you think, Hammer?
Well, there hasn't been too many games so far this year.
That's true.
There's a nice trick now. If pawn to e6, Hikaru can go queen takes b3. Because I was looking at queen takes knight, takes back, and get a new queen. But of course, this is winning, but I wasn't too impressed because the rook was still alive and it had some anchor points in the position. But queen takes b3 is very effective because then after knight takes, you get a new queen. There's only one available square for the king. And then you get the double attack on the king and the rook, and you manage to capture 2 pawns in the process. So instead of getting a free knight, you get a free 2 pawns and a rook, which is better.
Definitely better. Okay, we see a check. We'll probably see another check or...
Well, now this knight is in trouble because now Hikaru can just give a check and take the knight.
I think this will be it. I think this is where he resigns. Hammer, how do you feel about having predicted we would get 2 playoffs? But when given the chance by me to change, no, I picked 3 and you wanted 3. Anyway, the game is officially over. Hikaru has won. And it's through to the finals.
Camera's lagging behind a little bit, but we will get the handshake momentarily.
And we can now reveal that Hikaru is in fact working on the recap already as we speak. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a break now. And when we get back, we'll be joined by Hikaru for the interview, and then we'll go straight from that into the playoffs. So we can't let you know when exactly it will be, but I would guess within some point within the next 10 minutes, probably. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. We'll be back with Hikaru.
Just defeated Leinier, Dominguez, Hikaru. Your thoughts about the match?
Yeah, I think today's game was an interesting battle in the opening. I think both of us were a little bit confused. I thought what Leinier did with this whole bishop e6 and c3 is not supposed to be particularly good. But then on the other hand, when I played d5 and knight d7, he had this look on his face like he thought that I had made a mistake. So, I mean, it's really hard to judge what happened. But somewhere in the middle game, I think that Leinier relaxed a little bit too much. He thought that it was always okay, or it was very simple to play. And, I mean, once I got this pawn on a5 and this grip on the queen side, I think it was quite hard for him to play. And then he played this move, bishop takes bishop on b4, which I thought was just, I mean, an insane move to play. I mean, I spoke to him briefly after the game, and he thought he could do anything and still save the game. But, I mean, once I get this horse on c5, I mean, or knight or whatever, like, I think it's just, I mean, realistically very hard to defend. And I don't think my technique was necessarily the cleanest, because even once I won his queen, he still had some tricks, but the position was 2 winning, I guess you could say. And so it's good to get a win and move into the match, the final match of the winner's bracket.
Yeah, it was a very nice game, especially very instructive from the viewer's perspective. A few days ago, you said you weren't having so much fun or not enjoying yourself. Was today different? Did you enjoy actually like squeezing Leinier in this game?
I mean, I didn't enjoy it because it felt like I should be winning, and I still had to do a lot of work. I mean, basically around the time that that I got the knight on c5, and I mean, first I thought I was better, I had to be winning before he played f3. Then he went f3, and it still required a lot of work. So I mean, it was nice to be in a position where only I could win. But after the mishaps in the first match, I mean, I was not counting on anything. But I think that I kept it together pretty well. Didn't get too low on time, and yeah, I mean, if you get good position, sooner or later you have to win. But I wouldn't say that I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's a win, but I still feel like there were things that I could have done, or things that I should strive for that could have been better. So it's good to get the win, but I feel like there's room for improvement.
Fair enough. And with this win, you crossed the 2800 rating. Wanted to ask how important rating is for you at this stage of your career, and are you trying to get the candidate spot through the rating?
Yeah, so it's funny because, I mean, I think if you look at this event, realistically, I should have won one of the first two games against Mishra, and probably I should have drawn both games against Leinier. So, I mean, I think it's relatively speaking a wash on that front. I don't really think about rating that much. You know, I will say that I'll probably play Norway chess in the World Cup, but the notion of playing 40 games, I've spoken about this a lot in recent times, is not realistic. I mean, I basically have to make a decision. Do I want to focus on the freestyle chess, or do I want to try and play 40 games? And you know, people probably won't like the realistic take I have, but I think if you ask any top player, they will say that getting to the candidates is very tough. Winning the candidates is basically a lottery. So I don't think anybody's going to prioritize that over playing freestyle. So for me, with all the freestyle events, that's going to be my focus. 40 games is not going to happen, and probably I'll leave it up to the World Cup, or maybe, you know, to make a bit of the joke. You know, some years back, Magnus criticized me, said I was playing all these Mickey Mouse tournaments and winning them, but he decided to go play a Mickey Mouse tournament in Norway, play a couple of games, and so maybe if I'm feeling really creative, I'll go find some of those Mickey tournaments and try to get 40 games. But realistically, that's not on the cards.
Okay, and coming into tomorrow, you're either playing Fabiano or Levon. They're about to play their Blitz playoff. Will you be watching that, and who's your pick for the Champions bracket?
Yeah, I'm not going to be watching that. I think I'm just going to go do a recap and try to relax because today's game was pretty tough. In terms of who I prefer to face, I don't really have a preference. You know, I think that Levon is perhaps a little bit more dangerous in my opinion, because when I've looked at his games, it felt like there was this period from maybe like 2023 up until about like mid to late 2024 where I think, at least in my opinion, he was struggling with form, because I think he was kind of struggling to come to grips with the fact that he wasn't, you know, a top 5 player anymore. But in the last like 6 to 8 months, he's played some very inspiring chess. I mean, I really like some of the games that he played in the Olympiad. So I think he's objectively more dangerous. I think that Fabiano, of course, I mean, you can't discount him, but he's in a very strange situation where he's basically playing this whole year with nothing on the line since he already qualified for the candidates. So maybe I would very slightly prefer to play Fabiano, but either way, it's going to be a good match no matter who I face.
And final question, of course, you're going to do your recap now. What do you do after your recap? Do you look at more chess, or just take it easy?
I mean, I think that these days when I come into tournaments, I tend to have a couple of like sort of set ideas of what I'm going to play for, and hopefully it works out. It seems, you know, with modern day chess, you don't get busted out of the opening that frequently. So I usually have a set repertoire of openings that I'm going to play in the tournament, which means that I just do a little bit of review. But I would say after I play these games and do the recap, I take like an hour or two and just chill, just no chess.
All right, well, enjoy your chill time. Thanks for joining, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric.
Everyone, as promised, we are joined now by Hikaru. Hikaru, congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a long game, but it seemed like it actually worked out. So pretty happy.
Yeah, and what a game it was. I mean, you have 1 minute. You're gonna stick around with us, at least for some of the tiebreak action here. What would you say in 1 minute about your game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a pretty typical game in a way at the top level where it was somewhat balanced, but then somewhere in the middle game, it felt like Leinier got a little bit sloppy. I mean, I thought that He just kind of he assumed that he could do anything and draw the game. And then he allowed me to get this nice grip with knight b8, knight a6. And once I got the grip on the queen side, I'm sure it was still a draw, but it was always going downhill. I mean, to be fair, I missed a nice win with this knight takes b3 that I just completely forgot about. Which is really really bad, honestly. But I think in general there was always a lot of pressure, and eventually he kind of cracked. So it was a good one.
I
Very
have a
n-
question about your decision to play d5 in the opening because we saw you were thinking a lot about it, and it's a very controversial move to make because it does play up some of your weaknesses along the e file. Can you talk about a bit about that decision? And I guess in particular, I'm interested in knowing, was that a move where you thought I want to fight for the win?
Well, I mean, I always knew the big black center was controversial, but I just thought that it made sense to be very active in this position versus doing something that was more positional. So I think I confused my lines a little bit, but at the end of the day, it made I thought it made sense to be active versus just being very, very slow and boring. But again, it's very tough because at the top level, we basically become like theory monkeys in a sense, where all we do is memorize, memorize, memorize. So then, like, you forget how to use your brain. I think from Leinier's standpoint, it was the same thing. He knew what I did was wrong, but then he's trying to recall what's the difference between this position and some other line I've looked at, and he got confused himself, and then he made a mistake. And I mean, that's why computers are terrible because it's really taken away the ability of top players to kind of think logically because you're just so used to like memorizing all these endless lines and trying to figure out, well, what's the difference between this line and the other line and this and that. And so we both, I think, got confused in the opening. And then once he missed this B4 move, I think after that it was very easy for me to play actually. So I thought
What
D4
was
was
your
fine.
intention if he had?
I thought D4 is fine, but it's not fine.
Yeah, so this is what you were intending.
Yeah, but I mean it's an extra pawn, but it's not good pawns.
the game has just started, so maybe we can go
Sure.
there. Do you have a
hmm
preference for who you would want to play in the final?
I mean, I think. Oh, so we're getting something very similar to what I just had against Dominguez. Oh, he played Knight C3, not Castles and Rook E1. Yeah. I mean, I think I don't have a strong preference, but I would say that I think Levon is perhaps a little bit hungrier at the moment. And so I think he's a little bit more dangerous, perhaps. Whereas Fabiano is just like, I mean, he's in no man's land. He's already qualified for the candidates, so he's playing, I guess, just for the money. But it's just a weird spot to be in my opinion. So. I maybe would very slightly prefer to play Fabiano, but either way, I mean they're both very strong players.
H4.
Is this that no man's land kind of move that allows you to play a bit more aggressively than you maybe normally would have, or do you think he just feels like I need to put
Um,
more pieces into attack?
I mean, I love this idea from Fabiano in a blitz game. In a classical game, it's probably terrible, but in a blitz game, black has to be very precise here. There's knight g5, queen h5 ideas. So even if it's a touch dubious, Levon's gonna have to burn a lot of time here, and I think it's a great choice from Fabiano. Great choice. So I'm really liking it. I'm liking it. But if Levon if Levon finds the right moves, then I think it's still quite a it's quite a long game ahead of us.
Is it even at the top level unpleasant to face a move like H4 in a blitz game?
Well, I mean, it's just the differences in the time controls. I mean, what you assess as being playable in a classical game versus Blitz and Rapid are very different. When your opponent has time to work this out, this probably is nonsense. But in a Blitz game, your opponent's going to have to burn a lot of time, and hopefully you can capitalize on that. Although it looks like Levon thus far has played pretty solidly. So he's found the last couple moves have been pretty good, and I guess it's more on Fabiano now to try and prove what he's going for. I'm not actually sure.
What's the idea after knight to g5 now?
I mean, but what if black just goes all in on the queen side, like some b5, b4? I guess you have bishop d5 maybe. So,
Well, I was
um,
thinking maybe just push the pawns because I'm a
yeah,
simple
this
man.
makes sense too. But I mean, again, if you don't know this, it's hard to play it. It's not easy, but it's tricky. I mean, this is gonna be a very messy game. I'm expecting it to be a clown fiesta most likely with a lot of low time blunders. Wow, he played a4 instantly. Interesting. It's not what I expected. This is yeah. Yeah, messy position, very messy.
Would you like to be white here?
I mean, I'd like to if I know the plan, I'd like to be white. If I know the plan, if I don't know the plan, I'd rather be black. I mean, it's like it's whether Fabiano can figure out the plan or not, because Fabiano's already lost a time advantage because his plan is not obvious. So it's like the big surprise backfired in a sense because now he's having to use his time because he doesn't know what to do a couple moves later. But this also is why, as I was saying at the start, like when you look at preparation, it's so tricky because like you forget how to think. Like you're so hard set on the moves. And then when you have to, then when you're on your own, it's very difficult because nobody actually likes to play chess on their own, unlike they used to 20 years ago.
Do you think Levon's plan with this a4 move is to go knight d4 and then he cannot go c3 because of knight? Yeah, I guess that answers.
I mean, but the thing is, on the other hand, Fabiano has to go g4 here, right? Or maybe you can take and play f4. That also looks attractive, and of course he does it. Of course he does it. But now, I mean, but now Levon's gonna have to push his p on the queen side, so we're gonna get a big race here, I think.
Ooh, bishop here, a mistake
Oh, I don't like.
potentially.
I mean, now Fabiano's going e5 and the whole center's collapsing. Yeah, Fabiano's going to win this game.
No doubt whatsoever.
I mean, I'd be very impressed if Levon can keep it together. E5 is just going to be played no matter what you do here. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. E5 is the next move. I mean, it's almost a pre-move, in fact.
I was thinking h6.
So what, E5 anywhere? Knight E4? Ah, you bishop takes H4 and bishop F6 back. Okay, maybe not so simple. Maybe not so simple. Okay.
Can I not just take
Well,
this?
but what was played? What was played?
H5.
Okay, so he's gonna go B5. Oh, okay, 6. Okay.
Levon is looking very creative today. I don't know if that's a good thing for a blitz game.
Yeah, he's gonna go what, Rook B6 or something. Yeah, I think he's gonna go Rook B6. And nah, I mean, I don't believe in this. I don't believe in this at all. At some point, there's gonna be an E5 here, and it's gonna be collapsing. It's gonna collapse.
Knight takes F7.
Actually, you're right. Sorry about my cam, by the way. See if I can tilt it somehow. I don't know if I can tilt it. Doesn't look like it tilts. Maybe I can tilt it this way. Let me see, you guys. I'm trying to see if I can tilt it down. Okay, that looks better, right? Is
Apparently
that better?
now
That's
bishop
better.
takes
Okay.
rook, which seems very obvious, loses to e4. I have no idea what this e4 move is about.
Oh, what is but what's going on in this? I'm really what's even going on in this game though? I'm so confused.
So e4, the point is if that pawn is captured, now you can take the bishop. You couldn't take the bishop immediately because then pawn takes opens up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I
rook.
get, but I don't even understand what's going on in this game. I'm so confused.
I wasn't explaining on for you, Hikaru. And if the bishop had removed itself, then you just continue on and you have a bishop for a rook, but the pawns are so impressive through the center.
Yeah, this is because your king is too weak on the king side. That's why. Wait, what?
He wanted to stop queen takes here with the rook pointing at the king.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fabiano is going to win this though. I mean, in this position, his king is safe. Levon's king is getting hunted, so I think Fabiano. Okay, plays queen h4, which is a good move, but I think the time is so close. What a messy position. Rook e8 maybe.
Double question mark, just as Hikaru suggests it. So that's a bit harsh.
I mean, it's the obvious move. I mean, I told you guys it's going to be a clown fiesta. This is Blitz. Complete clown fiesta. I mean, rook e8 with bishop g8 is the obvious move. It's what you play. But I think Fabiano might lose this game, actually, as I'm looking at this, because if he doesn't have a quick plan, Levon's going to go bishop f5, queen g3, and yeah, bishop f5, of course. Pretty obvious move, I think. Or c6 is also maybe a move. Goes queen g3.
For some reason, bishop f5 is bad.
He'll play bishop f5, though, I think. King f7 is not crazy, but blunders, takes and c5.
Recommended
now.
Sacrificing the queen.
Oh, because you have bishop d5 and then rook g1, oh my gosh.
So Levon definitely sacrificed his queen there,
Just beat.
and Fabi in just a couple of seconds decided not to take it, which
No,
was
but
the right
Rook
call.
F4, Rook F4 is a free pawn too. But I mean, okay, everyone's losing their mind as usual. This is blitz. This is gonna be a draw, I think. Queen D5 maybe. Rook E5?
He blundered H5. Oh no, that's a check.
No, but it's okay. You still have Rook H6. G3 maybe? I'd probably go G3 here. He fillets it. Ugh.
Both players kind of stuck now. Wait, why is this so dangerous?
Queen
So
G6
this
maybe?
rook is just completely stuck? Bang.
You don't want to get mated on H1 actually.
And
Oh,
it
and now Queen
happened.
H1, yeah.
Wow, nice.
Yikes.
Fabi takes the first game. Levon will have to strike back in game
Mhm.
2 or it's over. The women's game is still going. Let's go to Carissa Yip against Tatev.
Did they just
Oh,
finish
it did
maybe?
just, no, the camera was, I think it just finished because we're still on the camera. What
Yeah.
happened?
Tatev loses the classical game today, but then comes back to win as black a second time in this match.
Yeah. No,
So
I mean
far,
this is
3
Blitz.
wins for black.
Blitz. I mean Blitz is just a complete clown fiesta, it really is. Like just so many blunders by everybody.
Would you
Yeah.
rather they started with Rapid as a playoff?
I mean, I would prefer that much more than Blitz. It's actually funny because I think after the first match, Levon showed up. I think he was playing Sevian, and he showed up and he was so relaxed and so chill. And then I think he saw me sit down at my board a few minutes before the game. And then he looked, he's like, "Wait, it's Blitz," because he thought it was going to be like a rapid tiebreaker. And so he's like just very relaxed and just showing up. And he's like, "Oh, it's Blitz." Um, so I think
How
that.
how did he manage to win if he wasn't mentally ready for a blitz game?
Well, I mean, I think he lost the first Blitz game to Sevian, actually. I think he
He
lost the first one and then
did.
won the second one. Yeah.
Ah, yeah,
He
he
did
won 3 in
lose.
a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I mean that's what you guys got me thinking. Is that yeah, I think it would be better if it were rapid, but it's still, I mean, it's tiring. It's not easy, and I can understand the notion of having to play like a series like 4 hour classical game and then having to play 2 rapid games as well, and then maybe blitz. I mean, it could go for a very long time. So I do understand that.
What does Levon have to do in game 2 to strike back?
He's just gonna have to play quicker. I mean, he just has to get something good out of the opening. But again, I mean, all these games are probably going to come down to the last 5 seconds, and whoever finds a couple better moves is probably going to win. So
The-
let's see.
The break between the Blitz games, it was very short, right?
There should be no breaks. It should be like literally like 2 minutes, if that.
Do you think Levon has what it takes? Do you think he can mount a
I
comeback
mean,
here?
it's not, does he have what it takes? Of course he does. I mean, he's one of the greatest players in history, but it's more a matter of what happens in the opening. I think if he's able to get a big time advantage, he has chances. But if he can't get a big time advantage early, Fabian, of course, has draw odds as well, so he's clearly the favorite at the moment. But the opening will probably play a huge role.
What did you think of their classical game today, which is what you're going to be competing against one of them
I mean,
tomorrow?
it was kind of funny. On the one hand, I felt like they were ready to make a draw quickly, and then I felt like Levon at some point decided to shift gears and keep the game going for an extra hour. So it was kind of a little bit confusing, but there have been a lot of draws so far, so it wasn't too shocking to see the result.
My impression was that Levon had quite a significant advantage.
Oh, it was a big. I mean, I knew it was an advantage. I didn't know how big of an advantage it was, but chess is tough. Chess is ultimately it's a draw if you don't make any big mistakes. So I'm not too surprised.
A very unusual opening here.
Oh, this looks like that famous game, Nakamura Caruana from the Singfield Cup in 2015 when Fabiano went rolling off to the 7-0 start. It's a little bit different, but I played as knight b2 knight h4 against Fabiano in that event when he started off 7-0.
And he
And I
had the
lost.
black
I
pieces
lost
there
with
as
white,
well.
by the way. Yeah, I lost with
Yeah.
white pieces. Yeah. Um. Yeah, Levon's thinking here.
He's not
what he
going to get
does.
a time advantage.
No, definitely not. He's probably going to play F3. That's what I expect, but let's see.
I have a question because I feel like he's very creative in his play. He really likes to go for unorthodox ideas just to kind of keep himself entertained. And I was wondering, when you play a player like that, do you purposefully try to avoid being creative because you feel like, oh, that's just playing into what he likes? Or do you say, oh, that's great. I wanna be creative to make my opponent happy or rather get a fighting game.
I mean, I think it depends on the tournament. I think most players want to have fun, but when you're playing classical chess, unfortunately, it is the one thing where your rating kind of matters. So you can't afford to be too silly about everything. You can't just be relaxing, eating a sandwich at the table, and all that stuff. You have to be kind of serious. So I would say that in classical it's a little bit different, but like in Raptor or Blitz, I'm more than happy to play an exciting game against Levon, or in Fisher Random, obviously as well.
Does that mean you prefer playing against the Levon in like more
I mean,
rapid tournaments?
everybody who's old wants to play games that are rapid or blitz. Nobody wants to have to suffer and play classical chess, including Fabiano. If we're given the choice, but it is what it is. So we all prefer blitz or rapid. I mean, we've all played each other probably like 200 times by now, between all the different events. So it's not shocking when I say that. I think everybody already knows that.
You mentioned that in classical games you care a bit about your rating. Does that include during the event, or is it just something you check afterwards? How
Well,
did I do?
I mean, it's not so much that I care about the rating. It's just the one thing where, like, if you lose a couple of games, it matters in a sense. But like, if I go and like, let's just say I play some Blitz tournament like the World Rapid and Blitz, and I lose like 30 points or whatever it is, like it's bad, but it doesn't really matter. There's no actual impact on anything. So like, I mean, from the standpoint, it's just you just don't want to lose a bunch of games. It's not like it actually matters, but you don't want to lose a bunch of games. And I
I
think that's true
was
for everyone.
I was working up to the fact that you just got back to 2800 today, but it seems like that's not something you're paying attention to.
I mean, does it really matter? Like, I mean, I've been 2800 recent times. It was 2800 in 2015. I mean, it's just a rating. And also to be clear, like it does not matter because I'm not going to play 40 classical games this year. For anybody who's asking the question, so that is the one caveat. I'm not going to be playing 40 classical games. I'm going to prioritize playing the freestyle events over trying to get 40 classical games. I just think it's plus EV playing those events versus hoping to get into the lottery, which is the candidates tournament. So it's from that standpoint, the rating doesn't matter at all to me. It's completely irrelevant.
Levon is jumping around with his knight. It's had quite the journey so far, and Engine, I was going to say, is not liking it, but now it kind of feels like the knight can actually make something happen by capturing the pawn in the center.
Yeah. He played what? He played F3, H4, F5, G3. He's played 5 moves already with the knight, right?
Yeah. Could be going for 2 more.
Yeah, knight G3 and knight C3 are very obvious moves here. Yep, he does it. Yeah. I think Levon might win this game, by the way. I'm kind of liking his position here, just because the pawn at E4 is weak and black's behind in development. I mean, it's still probably okay after castles and queenside and bishop D6, but I'm kind of liking Levon's chances here.
He's down a minute on the clock.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I was just looking at chat a little bit for people who are asking the questions. Like in terms of trying to qualify, I'll probably play the World Cup. I mean, there's some tournaments, like I saw there are a few like 5-6 round tournaments in Japan or in Asia that I could go play if I'm really in the mood to go for the Mickey Mouse strategy. But most likely I'm not going to do it, just to be clear for anyone who's asking.
What did you just say? Tournaments in Japan?
I mean, they're like there's some random like 4 to 6 round tournaments. I mean, so like I could go and just like do that. I mean, there's the famous Jan Ludwig Hammer would know this. There's the very famous overrated Johann Sebastian Christensen, who went from something like 2580, I think, to 2650 off of literally playing tournaments in like Guam and Samoa and all these or like South America playing 2300s. So it's not like it's impossible to do, but it's just not something that I'm really I'm probably going to do.
Rumor has it he's up to 2690 live.
He's 2690. Okay, I want to play him a match for $100,000.
Actually,
That's yeah.
Speaking of matches, have you seen that Hans published a video today where he said he's actually not going to take the lie detector?
No, I haven't seen that. What do you mean? He was in Moscow. Surely they did it then, no?
He didn't do it.
Huh? Wait, you're joking, right?
No, I'm not joking.
No.
Then what's the point?
He just said, "Nah, I'm out."
So basically, as usual, he's a complete clown. I mean, it's always you talk big, and then if something is you talk big and you hope it goes your way. When it doesn't go your way, you bail out. So, okay, I mean, it's complete
Someone is saying,
garbage.
Fiona, that's not true. He clarified. I mean, I haven't watched the video, but
Whatever. But by the way, in more important things, by the way, Fabiano's looking completely fine. He's not going to lose this game. Just B4, force white to get rid of the two Bs, and you just won't lose here.
Not concerned about the pawn through the center.
Oh, wait, what? Fabiano's trying to win the game? What is this now? B4, no?
B4
I mean,
has been played.
why not just B4, bishop f6, knight f6? I mean, I'm not saying black is losing, but A4, bishop D4, I mean, white keeps everything on the board now. I mean,
Fabi
takes
is
rook
down
A2.
a pawn, right?
He is, yes, you're right. He is. Yeah, bishop D4
But
probably.
yeah, he
Rook A5.
focused maybe a bit too
Oh.
much on getting that pawn back.
I mean, what was
no.
knight H7? Just B4 and just get rid of the bishop pair. Now the clown fiesta goes on. 2 more games. Levon's gonna win now. Rook B5. I mean, if Levon doesn't win this, I'd be shocked. Rook A5. Probably just king C2 or bishop up king C2 and rook A1. Just king C2 and rook A1. Everything goes over. Oh, what
Ooh, he
D6?
goes for the trade.
I mean, what is D6? I mean, it's still good for white probably, but what is D6? I guess actually, but you're going to trade the bishop for the knight, and you're going to have all the pawns. Bishop H8! Oh, but by the way, this is the thing I was going to say. It's funny how hard I've been on myself, but then when I see some of these other games, like I think that I'm the worst player in the world, but then I see some of these games, I'm like, actually, everybody is having problems with the clock. Basically, it's not just me. It's like everybody is. Like in the Champion Showdown, or not Champion Showdown, in the yeah, it was here, right? In the Fabiano Ray match. I mean, I think in all the Blitz games, like both of them were winning like at least 3 or 4 times, and there's just so many blunders. So like I thought like it was only me, but then apparently nobody can play well anymore.
Let's see, actually, in the women's tournament.
Tatev has sweeped Carissa in the
Wow.
Blitz 2-0.
Well, I
Yeah.
guess there was a short break now, right? So maybe we can quickly see the second game. Or Hikaru, can you remind us? There is a short
game?
break
Yeah,
before
there'll probably be like a 5-minute break. 5-minute break,
Yeah.
I think, before that. Yeah.
Maybe we can quickly check in here.
Isn't black just down?
At this point, Tatev was already up a bishop.
Oh my god, knight f8, h6. Ay.
Carissa self-trapped her bishop.
Ay. Like I said, I think I'm terrible, and then I see some of this other stuff in Blitz, and it's like,
Does it make you feel better?
I mean, it makes me feel better on the one hand because I see other people doing it. On the other hand, it's as I said yesterday, I still know it's not good enough to beat the only person who I want to be competitive against. So it does make me feel a little bit better, but it doesn't really change my general mindset.
Since we have a couple of minutes, Hammer, can we pull up Hikaru's classical game? And I'm curious if you can find that crazy variation where Hikaru sacks the rook. Do you know the one I mean, with rook g6 or something? And I was wondering, Hikaru, if you had seen it when you analyzed your game. I don't think you saw it during the
Which
game
one?
because, yeah, if we can find it, I'm sure we'll be able to.
I'm not sure what sacrificed the rook.
Is it on
No,
G6
the
or
crazy
F3 or?
line, where you give up the full rook, but the white queen gets trapped.
I don't
know
know
the
which position this is.
Oh.
No, you don't. It was down a line, but
Okay.
Hammer should know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. It's just, yeah, I don't know how.
But if you pull up the
relevant.
notation, we should be able to see it, maybe, no?
Yeah. So it was somewhere here.
Well, there's knight b3. This I saw. This was
Yeah,
the first-
sure.
We also, but it was
Um,
something much more mysterious.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it was here. And we
Mhm.
were talking about how you wanted to clear out this f4 square
For the queen,
in
yeah.
order to get. Oh, for the queen? I thought maybe the knight.
Also, yeah, yeah.
So I put rook f6 on the board
Okay.
to realize, oh, that actually blunders the rook
Of course, yeah.
because now the queen is coming in. And then the engine comes
Oh,
and
you have
says,
knight
no,
d3?
actually, the queen is trapped.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's
So
disgusting. I didn't see that, of course. Oh. Oh, that's
I don't know if
disgusting.
that counts as a trap, accidentally trapping your opponent's queen, but
Yeah.
it seemed like in a lot of positions, even if you made some mistakes, there were plenty of hope still
Yeah.
remaining.
Yeah. 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 But, anyway, it was still, I had good chances, and I think I played reasonably well. I mean, maybe the conversion wasn't perfect at the end, but it was still pretty good. So pretty happy with the pretty happy with the with the results.
It was a fantastic game. There were a few people in the chat, wondering about this knight b3 that was missed, and I guaranteed that you simply missed
I mean,
it.
I think somewhere around here, it's funny though, because like I saw these ideas with knight b3, knight d2, and then it's like I just like you know what happened? It's that I knew b3 was such a bad move that no, like if the queen goes to e2, for example. Let's say white goes queen e2, knight b3, like rook a4 or something, there's knight d2. And you just win because everything collapses. But I think it's because I knew B3 was so like I'll tell you why I didn't see it. It's because B3 to me is a move that you should never play simply because you create another weakness. I thought the only way for white to hold is to basically just shuffle it, King G1, King G2 or something, or Queen E2, but not go B3 creating another weakness. And so I thought it was such a bad move that I was like, okay, now I can relax. There's another weakness, and I can just like win the game. But anyway.
Interesting thing is you could play knight b3 on that previous move, and then white has to go rook d1 to cover against this because the knight is here.
Oh. This I did not see this actually, no. Oh, okay.
So I think had you seen that idea previously, then it would have been super easy, of
Right,
course.
right, of course, yeah. But I mean, I also assumed here I have to be winning again. As I said in my recap, according to the good book, if your opponent has one weakness they can defend. If they have two weaknesses, you're winning. Here, white has like 20 weaknesses. You have weakness on b3, d3. You have weakness on f2. You have a bad knight. That's 4 problems in the position already. So, maybe I'm too old school, but I believe that, there's certain sayings and they're supposed to hold up. But apparently they don't hold up in modern day chess. So yeah, it's like there are 4 problems here, but apparently it's not losing if I don't play knight b3, which is insane. But yeah, it's still I mean I got the job done, and that's all that really matters. So
Let's go back to the blitz.
yeah, I mean I think
pull-up.
I'm gonna go, you guys. I'm actually really tired.
Sure. No
But
problem.
but yeah, I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? I would just say that either way, I'll play one of the guys, and I mean, more than anything, I'm just happy that at least in this match there's no drama, just relatively smooth, and I got the job done. So I mean, in terms of also rating, I don't think I should have won both classical games against Misha, but I think there's a very good chance I should have won one of those and drawn 2 against Dominguez. So it's complete wash overall, even though I missed the opportunities early because I got rewarded today. So it's all good. It's all good. So
Hikaru,
anyway, yeah.
congratulations once again. Thanks for stopping by, and best of
Sure.
luck tomorrow.
All right, I'll see you guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Hammer, the Blitz Fiesta continues. What a strike back by Levant. Wait, are they playing? Is that a live camera? I think they're playing. Where is the game?
That's not great. I do not have
No, but
these
it's the
moves.
same. We had the same problem yesterday that somehow this camera is so much ahead of us. I don't
Oh.
understand. Like there must
Do
be
you want to
a,
do commentary on the camera then, or?
I don't know. Because the board, I mean, we can try. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
try to do
well, I
that.
mean, we're now watching the stream, which is already has some stream delay.
No,
which
but
is
that's the
not
camera
great.
that he was, that's the camera that Jaren was taking anyway. But I mean, they are deep into the middle game and we have no moves. So I think let's do comment on what we see, no?
Yeah. Levon is 1 minute behind on the clock. I guess I cannot put this up on my main monitor, right? Because then it's gonna interrupt the
I think
board. Okay, I guess
I don't
I'll
think we
just
can.
be looking to the side then.
Look. Oh no, I don't think we can build. We're too far, too far, too far
Probably we could
gone.
try.
You could try how to set it up. Well, maybe we can just set up a position rather than go for the
Yeah.
moves.
Well, yeah, that's, I suppose, easier said than done.
I don't think this is. I think we should just comment on what we see. How
Yeah.
you are.
A lot of pieces against Fabi's king. Fabi's king is on the edge of the board with the white rook coming in. Fabi's dead lost. Fabi is completely dead lost. The white rook is getting involved along the edge of the board, and Fabi's king has somehow ended up being placed there, which is not optimal. Actually, that was a good response by Fabiano, who managed to nudge the white queen off its optimal coordination so that the white rook was not able to point in towards the black king. He stays
now,
alive for the time being.
I guess Levon is threatening knight f3, knight, and then take on e4 and knight g5. So Fabi played g5 there.
Levon blundered his rook. I have no idea why he's giving up the rook. Fabiano now can play a fork on Levon's queen and rook. Chooses not to do
Not
so.
to do that.
Controversial decision. Was that not okay to just take the rook?
I feel so, you know, Hammer, I have a confession to make. I feel so lost these days when I watch a game without an eval bar. So I'm very happy you are here. Do you think it's still winning for Levon?
No, it's not winning for Levon. Actually, I think it was a good decision by Fabiano to retain his knight over trying to take the rook. Ooh, but that's a nice move from Levon. Levon is attacking both the black bishop and a black pawn.
Can we
Fabi
take on B6?
offering a queen trade.
Why can't I take?
They need to go
Levon
quicker
does.
at some point.
Yeah.
Levon takes the pawn and now also has pressure in towards the pawn in the center. Now Levon can take another pawn. Probably should. No reason not to continue taking pawns,
What's
I
the
think.
pawn count? Levon is up 2 pawns, the 2 pawns that he just captured on the queen side there.
But there is some attacking intentions with the black queen.
But that white queen is doing such a great job gobbling up the pawns and then coming back into
Fabi can go
defense.
knight h3 now. No, the rook is covering that. Yeah, no, f4, like that move. Levon is going to have to sacrifice his rook through the center. And then I don't think Fabi's gonna take the rook. I think Fabi's just gonna keep pushing his pawn closer to the white king. What is going on? Bishop back? Okay, that was a good move because that black queen was rather annoying, and bishop back also prevents the pawn from pushing further through the center. Finally, Levon gets his knight off the edge of the board, but Fabiano has a nice knight in the center. Fabi down 2 pawns. Obviously, that's not good. Both players down to less than 10 seconds. At this point, it's just about making some quick moves. Levon loses a pawn. Ooh, nasty check from Fabiano. forces the king closer to the center, and that's where he has his bishop. Levon really lost control of this game the past couple of moves, and there Levon blunders his rook. No, the rook was protected. Fabi's definitely the one going for the win here. Oh wow, the knight is
The white
captured in the
king.
center, but
The
the
white king.
Yeah, no, it has to get checkmated. There's no chance that king is not dead. He's completely in the open. And it's a draw. Are you kidding me? No, Fabi goes searching for the win. Fabi does not find the win, maybe. How is Levon
How?
alive?
This is insanity.
Suddenly, Levon is the one winning. He managed to coordinate his pieces so well.
I can't even tell where Jaren is taking this eval bar. Oh, he's just trolling us. It's not a real eval bar. Guys, don't trust the bar. I think the DGT board for this game just isn't working because St. Louis are also not showing a board.
Okay, somehow now Levon is up by 1 pawn. And it's
Wait, what
over. Checkmate. Levon was winning, losing, winning, drawing. I don't know what happened sometimes.
I mean,
there.
imagine what Hikaru would have said. I'm sure he watched this anyway.
Well, I'm pretty sure what he would say, right? Clown fiesta. That's what it would be all about.
Incredible.
Wow. Yeah,
I
no,
mean-
that really was it was Levon's game to win at some point. And then when his king was under attack, it was a miracle that he managed to survive. And he survived only to get his king in trouble again. And
We're
here we
getting
see a replay of the decisive moment. Levon making a big blunder with his queen, but I think he was in some trouble here anyway. And with the black queen moving down, the only way to stop the checkmate, the queen and rook working together, is to move the white queen back, but then you leave the defense of the rook. So Levon resigned before we could confirm that he was the rook was captured next move.
What a game. Unfortunately, we still did not receive moves, so we can't check anything, analyze anything, but they will start game 2 momentarily. I'm curious whether they will get the board to work, or I quite enjoy watching the camera close up. I have to say, the only problem is for most of the time,
Preferably with an eval bar.
yeah. Like I mean, when I'm at tournaments, you know, I often watch, of course, the games without, but often I will have seen some eval before. I will have some kind of idea, or I can also just look at the players. And very often, you know, we've been around, we've seen these players for a long time. Often you can just understand what the position is like from the players' body language and expressions. But here, when we get the up camera where no, I can't see body language, I can't. It's very, it's very tricky. I mean, yeah, if I was on my own for that, it'd be very tough. Now, Aronian once again in a must win, but he was white there, yeah? So he will now have to win with black.
Yeah. It's a very, very tough task, but I guess he just needs to be quicker. He was down a full minute there. Was close to winning even so. But in the scramble, his king did end up getting in massive trouble. I think
we have liftoff.
Oh,
Let's get the full screen if we can.
Levon is going for the Philidor defense, it seems.
Oh, we do actually. They have a board. So do we have a board as well?
Not on this delay.
No, yeah. No, but I think it wasn't about the delay. I think the board just didn't work because they also, they are probably manually inputting now. I think they also have no, they have a part. I don't know, Hammer. I don't know. Anyway, what's happening?
Levon is moving his knight up in the center, trying to take out Fabiano's bishop, going for that long-term bishop pair advantage. We can see the arrows being drawn by none other than Yasser Seiravan. And I like what he's drawing. Moving that bishop back to then potentially attack the knight in the center afterwards. However, Fabiano opts to just give up the bishop, claiming that the central control is more important.
And Levon does not take, instead goes for rook e8. So do we have another chance to go bishop e2?
Yeah, but having
Fabi
made
does.
the decision on the previous move not to do that, Fabi stays put to that call. Now, however, he can withdraw it to the left rather than the right. Not sure I like that decision by Aronian to let the bishop escape while still giving protection into the center of the board. This is a very advantageous, very advantageous position for Fabiano, and also he only needs a draw. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, the time 2 minutes 10 for Fabi, 2:25 for Levon, so nothing dramatic happening on the clock at the moment. And Fabi goes for queen d2. A very logical move, right? Maybe looking for bishop h6.
Rook d1, I would say. Get that rook from the corner into the middle of the board. That's going to be what he wants next. I don't agree with that arrow. Moving the knight forward in the center, I do not like. I like the knight where it is, keeping the pawn in the middle safe for white. That arrow, I do understand. If pawn to c6, which is a typical move in these positions, the black knight in the center would actually be out of escape squares. So instead, Aronian sacrifices a pawn on the edge of the board, but as far as I can tell, that pawn can just be accepted. There's no reason not to take it.
It goes f4, can probably still take it at the next turn.
Ooh, and now Levon's knight on f6 is going to be in trouble. Forcing the knight back, and then Fabiano now is going to capture the pawn. There's a trade in the center. No trade in the center. Levon doesn't want to take white's knight because he feels like that will give white the opportunity to push forward in the middle.
So Fabi has captured that pawn on b5, and the question is, how much compensation or counterplay does Levon have here?
I do like that Levon now is hunting that white bishop. The white bishop is keeping the central pawns very well protected. And now it seems to me that no matter what Fabiano does, he's going to lose a very important piece in exchange for a knight. Yeah, this is taking a turn here, Fiona. The knight can retreat, but then the pawn pushes through the center. Pawn d5 now from Levon Aronian. Don't hesitate, Levon. Pawn d5. The pawn crushes through the center of the board, creating all sorts of threats. What's the time situation? 1 minute.
1
Fabi
minute.
is down to 1 minute. Pawn d5 has been played. And now it's chaos. Everything is under attack. Fabi takes a pawn, but then loses his bishop as well as his central pawn. And also opening up on the diagonal for Levon. Yeah, but it seems like Fabi solved this pretty nicely. Levon is opting to use his bishop to take the knight in the middle. Just get that bishop in there. Queen up on the side of the board, attacking the pawn on the edge. He's kind of trying to provoke the white pawns to move forward so that new pawns become the furthest back pawn, and then you can attack them after.
Fabi has been spending a lot of time here, now down to just 22 seconds.
Fabi pushes the pawn. Now Levon got to use his rooks against the new weakness on the queen side. Not really moving with the panic that I feel is appropriate, Levon. He wants to get his rook involved, and Fabi gives up a pawn in order to prevent the black rook from activating on the second rank.
10 seconds now for Fabi.
This could go any way, any direction, any result. But Fabi is trying to trade his knight for the black bishop in the middle, and if the bishop moves, then he'll lose the pawn in the middle. And yet, wow, okay, controversial decision by Aronian. He gives up his pawn in the middle in order to preserve his bishop. He believes that bishop still can cause some problems. I'm not really seeing it. There should be a draw for Fabiano, but he only has 7 seconds left, so that is his main concern right now.
But Levon is catching up now, ticking down to 15. Plays bishop c4, but Fabi's rook hitting the bishop.
I don't really see what Aronian is accomplishing here. He does get his rook into an attacking position, but Fabi gets the queen. And that might be the end of it. No, Levon goes for the queen trade. Probably. Did Fabi just miss a checkmate?
No, I think he just played.
No, the rook d8 was not checkmate, so that's fine. And now he's getting the bishop trade. It's over.
Yeah.
Fabi with the extra pawn. The pawn is not very impressive. The pawn probably Levon can be able to capture. But the problem is Levon needs to win this game, and there's absolutely no hope he can do so. Fabi just putting all of his stuff on dark squares, and the black light squared bishop not able to attack that.
He also built up a little bit of time, although it's ticking down again now. Levon keeps fighting, as you should, in a blitz game. But with those pieces now off the board as well, in a pure rook ending 2v2. And we see a handshake. Draw agreed. And Fabiano is through to the final, where he will face Hikaru. Hikaru probably will be happy, right? He said he had a small preference for facing Fabi, and friends will be happy. The American #1 against #2, world #2 against world #3. Hammer, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, it is the matchup we want to see. Yeah, Hikaru's right. They played each other many, many, many times before, but that's what makes it such an epic fight.
We will see that tomorrow, same place, same time as always. We'll also keep an eye on the losers bracket, where I think Leinier against Aronian will be another interesting clash. So, oh no, actually they are not playing each other. Never mind. Wait.
Yeah, no, Leinier
Wesley
against
Wesley is
Samsevian.
playing, yeah. Leinier against Samsevian and Wesley so against Levon Aronian. I mean, they are not playing for one day, and I forgot all about their existence in the tournament. Anyway, that is all. Oh, actually, Fabi is world #4. That was my mistake. By 8 points, actually, as we speak. So world #2 against world #4. That's my bad. Thank you so much for watching us today. Today was really a fantastic game. If you missed it, or if you saw it, make sure to check out Hikaru's recap. And Mr. Hammer and myself will see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, everyone.